Hello, 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 folks. Thanks everyone for coming on by. Today, we've got a little bit more of a targeted stream. Been excited for this ever since we started React. We are going to Reactify almost every front end that we have worked on, at least the more interesting ones. We're not going to Reactify, for example, static websites, because they don't need React. But the other ones, like class, weekend, boring, angry parent, all the way to the front ends that have backends, client-side wrap API, full-on Express apps, the Zelwick CRUD demo, culminating with binary upload, boom. And yeah, it's a fair amount of them, but fortunately, we're going to be baddie, writing bad React code, nothing fancy. So it's just going to be getting it work and writing actual React until we get on to the more larger ones. Then we'll start doing things all prim and proper, from using React Router to things like that. So without further ado, let's be good and healthy and set up this Pomodoro timer. It's our first session. It's class, weekend, boring. Now some of these I do have the code in. Goldfish memory here, what's in here. But yeah, essentially this one is you receive, so just a brief little review. We got some HTML, a lovely form with a input for day of the week, and this was something, one of my solutions. You're supposed to be able to click this button and it will tell you if today is a class day, a weekend day, or a boring day. Now, ask me, I wrote this in a really weird way, but let's just see if it works at the moment so I can show you what exactly we are reactifying. So, day of the week, Tuesday is class day. What about Monday? Boring day. Wednesday. Thursday, class day. Saturday, weekend. Then I did this weird thing where you can have alternative funny names for the days, and it still works on those. Might as well reactify that while we're here. Why not? So let me actually set something up off screen that should have been here, but it's not. We fix it now and get started. Now I will be doing this in both class and functional components, so we can see the differences in them and get a hands-on feel for what the differences are and how they're mainly implemented. Eventually I'll do just the functional ones toward the end, but by then we've written all of the things in classes. Hey, Jazzy Pants, yeah, that's what I thought. I was like, hey, this is a good idea to, just be able to see the difference. And it's not that anything here is conceptually new, which is a great thing, because we've already done this. Though some goldfish memory might make it seem new. For the most part, we've already seen this at the very minimum. Whether we remember it, well, that's on one person to the next. By the way, I hope your Tuesday's going well, Jazzy Pants. Hope you going for October. All ready and excited for that. Thanks for coming on by. Now, there are 3 basic ways to reactify something. 4, if you really count them all. The 4th one is doing it manually. We ain't doing it manually. So there is Create React App, which has been kind of a common go-to. Then there's one of the more modern alternatives, Vite, specifically spelled that way. And then there's what we're going to be doing for the majority of these initial ones. Because we're a baddie, writing bad code, Babel Standalone, which basically allows you to write some React, multiple files, all in an HTML page and JavaScript. So there's no NPM tomfoolery here. It's just React and a bunch of script tags. The gist for this, I'll drop it in the chat, is right there. But basically, it's this little bit of HTML. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to drop it in here and then we'll slowly go over it as we go through it. So we have our div ID of root. This is where we're going to tell our React app to live. You always need to have a document element or an HTML element to tell your React app, this is where you live, this is where you put your components and do all your fun stuff. Then we are importing React from this script. This is straight from the React docs, by the way. Let me link that. I'll say part of this is straight from the React docs. Part of this I've written myself. Where is it? Where is it? Add React to website. Ooh, yeah, Next.js. We ain't going that far, but that is definitely it's a very good experience for sure. Bit of a learning cliff because you're throwing back end with the front end, but aside from that, routing is real easy. You literally just make files, so it's definitely a very polished React experience for sure. Allow me to take a quick break real quick. I am back, folks. Sorry for that. Little IRL thing. But we are back. I think, yeah, where we picked off, or picked up, that was me telling y'all where I grabbed and made this snippet from. So all these links, these script tags, are from the Add React to website. Basically, going through these instructions, but then it's a little more, because trying it with JSX, basically, here's a Babel standalone thingy that's linked. In addition, they start telling you the manual way of doing it. Like running a command, all that stuff. We don't want to do that. So we grab React, which allows us to use React itself. We have React DOM, which allows us to convert all those React components to DOM, basically HTML. And we got Babel. Good old Babel's going to turn all this lovely React code with this modern syntax and this fancy JSX into something the browser can read. Hey, little Duke Cat. Yeah, of course. Thanks. I greatly appreciate it. Yeah, that 7-hour Mindwolf stream. It's a big one, that's for sure. Very, very detailed. I wish you luck taking it in, yeah. Between those, are you talking about the docs one or the, probably the travesty one is the one you're talking about. Yeah. Then what we do is we register a preset. Now, this is a little bit fancy, but basically we do this to basically tell it to use, like, base itself on React, so kind of an inheritance happens here. And then to use this transform modules plugin, which basically allows Babel to work with these import statements. Don't really know about it though. Oh, I forgot that one, yeah. Ah, it's okay, little Duke. We got time. Mm-hmm. Oh, that was the first travesty. The second travesty, I don't think was that long. Yeah. Oh, of course, yeah. Going through every little aspect of it, more than worth it. Yeah, I played drums 7 hours. But it was a dense 7 hours. Now it's good, Jazzy. Both of the travesties were good. Yeah. One side effect of the code, this little thing here, is you gotta write the scripts in the order they're dependent. So since app depends on a button, the button needs to come first. Well, that breaks. Of course, everything catches on fire. And then, this is the code just yoinked from the docs. Create root, pointing to the root element, aka right here. And putting inside of it app. And then in our actual rest of the code, I think I'll just make it JSX, well, an X, not a C. I like the X because it gives me extra syntax hiding and emit and all that fun stuff. Just gonna yoink that from the other half of my snippet, in which all of this is normal, except for this bit, where usually we would import things from React. We have to destructure it. Doesn't really change that much though. And finally, go ahead and grab ourselves a button. Again, this is all just a demo to show that it works. So we're just doing are you alive checks at this point. If I save this, open up Firefox. It's the great thing about doing it the bad way. You just open up your HTML file in your favorite browser. And we get to see what's wrong. Oh, it's a good place to start. Something is wrong. Cannot request the things. Ah, so they are. So, oh, this is a very common thing. I made it with mistake with VS Code. Notice how all of these files are in the class weekend boring folder, but these two files are not. It's very difficult to tell, but there's an indentation change right there. So, common mistake, doable with VS Code. We just drag them in. Do a refresh, and it yells about something else. Okay. Cores. I probably need to spin up a live server. There we go. Okay, so you can't just open an HTML. You need to be spinning up some kind of server. Live server is a pretty fan favorite. Now that we've done that, we have a negative button and a positive button. And that is React on this page. Now it's not doing much. It's just using the template I threw together to plus and negative this little number. Yeah, baddie's writing bad code. And with that, we can actually begin to write this thing in React. So, easiest place to start is kind of with all this lovely HTML. We love HTML. Just gonna yoink it and put it inside our app. Now, I said I would write it in both class and functional, so we'll go ahead and start off writing it in class syntax. So, converting it to a class, extends react.component with a render method. And then with all this lovely stuff inside of it. Again, this is the old stuff. We want to do some new stuff. And I think we want some parentheses and paste it here. Now, already, so I just threw in the HTML, didn't do anything about it. It's yelling about us because, here's the error, JSX expressions must have a single parent element. Notice how there are technically 3 elements here, the H1, the form, and the H2. Common solution to this is to wrap it in literally anything. Just throw another div around it. It will solve this issue. Ta-da! It's happy. Alternatively, if you don't want to add an extra div for styling reasons or whatever reasons, you can add a React fragment, which looks like an HTML tag but empty. If this is a little too freaky, you can say react.fragment. They're effectively the same thing. The text list tag is a shortened syntax for it. It basically acts as a parent component, but doesn't render as a DOM element. What do I mean by that? Let's actually see what it looks like in the HTML like so. So first, this thing is yelling about is about a no corresponding closing tag. Okay, so the input is saying, hey, you need a closing tag. We know, though, that inputs are self-closing. So what's this thing yelling about? It's yelling that we are not explicitly adding the closing slash to the end of it. So you know how in HTML that's optional? Not in JSX. I really want that. Yeah, for sure. That empty fragment is definitely a great way to preserve all the CSS magic going on. It's the main reason I use it too, Jazzy Pants. So if we shave this and we can delete rid of the old JavaScript, we will see. Oh, we'll refresh the page, and then we will see. We'll see angry stuff. Okay, lots of angry stuff. So I have this hook in here. Hook and class things do not mix. So do not try and mix them in the same component. Ta-da! Now you saw there was a little bit of delay there. The page was blank, and then the stuff showed up. This is one of the main disadvantages of using this inline Babel standalone thing. The browser has to turn this code into React code and then render the React code, which is slower and all those associated things with it. But here it is. Here we have it. Let's take a peek at the generated DOM. We got our div root, where we told this stuff to go. We have that extra div, and then H1, form, and H2. So let's go ahead and do that with the React fragment. I will be using the shorter syntax because it's fun to use. And look at our root now. There's just the root and then the three elements. So even though these three have a quote JSX parent element, it doesn't show up in the DOM, which, as Jazzy has pointed out and such, is great for styling because add one element to a CSS thing you've copied from somewhere and it breaks. But now we're not doing that anymore. Now we do see a few errors in the code. We got a number of errors. So invalid DOM property 4. Did you mean HTML4? Invalid autocomplete. Did you mean autocomplete for capital C? So, unlike EJS, it is not a one-to-one comparison JSX. Some things change. Specifically, 4 becomes HTML4. This is because the 4 keyword is a keyword in JavaScript. It's reserved. We can't use it. And then for autocomplete, they just renamed it to camel case for consistency, I suppose. Finally, well, there are no class names here, so I cannot demonstrate that. But if there were class names, they would need to go from class to class name. Now with that, we have reactified the HTML, but there was a little bit... Oh, why is this on fire? I don't know what that's on fire about. But there was some extra functionality here that it's gone. So we're supposed to click that and it's supposed to show class, weekend, or boring. It's doing none of that. So the old JavaScript right over here, we get the output, we get the input, and whenever the input had we then created the form, and whenever the form was submitted, we grabbed the day from the input, if there was a day. If there wasn't a day, we didn't do anything. And then we called getDayType, which, ignore the code warrior way of doing this. Someone asked, I think there was like a thing in a Discord call of like, how short can we make this? So we're all kind of be baddies in there. But we'll write it cleanly. Worry not. But going through this, the first thing we do, like we really do, is we say day input value equals this string right here. What's this string do? Best way to find out is to run it. It spits out the current date. So what this is doing is this takes and creates a new date, which is always now, this part here. And then it does some magic of toLocale date string, saying to give me a long weekday, spitting out the name of the day. Yeah, long and strong. I think there's also short, if you want just 2, but we want long. The purpose of this is that when you come here, the current day is already in the box. Nothing too crazy, but it is what we do like to do. So let us reactify that little part. So this is doing it in our input. So we can come over straight to our input and say, oh, like the old code was, value equals this right here. And we're going to see this will work with a side effect. Look at that, Tuesday. Now you can't see it, but I'm typing here. I'm trying to do stuff, but it's not changing. Even React over here is being like, hey, did you mean to do that? So we provide a value to a element, this input element. So we've told it what it should be, but we didn't tell it like what it should do when the value changes. Therefore, no matter what I do, React is overriding it. It is controlling this component, and it's making sure its value is always, as I said, Tuesday. Hey, Dean Bull. How's it going? Those don't know, Dean Bull also does some cool streams over there. I sent him out of TRPC and such. Yeah, React's pretty good about that, Jazzy Pants, telling you what's wrong all the time. Now, there are 2 ways to do about this. We can go controlled or uncontrolled component. We're going to go uncontrolled by giving it a default value instead of a value. I think, hold on. I will need to step away, so I gotta take another break. Sorry, folks. Should be the last one. But we'll do more React when we get back. I am back. That was longer than 10 minutes, longer than 20 minutes. That was 45 minutes. So, my apologies there, folks. That obviously took a lot longer than I anticipated. But yeah, we are back. Let me catch up with everything. Yeah. Oh, pair programming session DM Bowl. Nice. Yeah, nice, nice. Oh, hey, Mindwolf, thanks for coming by. Don't know if you're still in between the meetings, but yeah, we are reactifying all the things. And hey, whoa, dude, thanks for coming back too. All good, yeah. For that one, I think we can get a little extra session for this one as we jump back into it. Considering we just had a super extended break, we're going to start by literally reviewing what is it we are doing and where we're at. So, what we did so far was we yoinked my, oh, it's literally not here, my little gist, which is a simple baddie writing bad code template to allow you to write React on the front end without involving NPM or Babel or, well, there is Babel, but just all in one file basically. A little bit of a preset that allows you to do the imports and all that stuff in the front end only code land. We did that, put it inside of our class Weekend Boring, the first kind of JavaScripty front end project we had here. Basically left all this thing exactly as the template. We did leave the CSS files from the original because this is where they live. Unless you're writing in Next.js, you still got a head that you manually fill with whatever HTML you want. Then we have our app component. Again, I'm doing classical and functional. So going classical first, then I'll convert all to functional, which we just copy the HTML, threw it in here, and surrounded it in a fragment. Yeah, for sure, Jazzy. It's that time investment of, well, I already have all this code written, and it works. I only need a little extra with React, but I need to relearn all of React, the way to do what I'm doing, and then rewrite all my EJS. And as we're going to see, once we get to the more full stack ones, which would be, I think, the CRUD demo, it's actually going to require a little bit of rewriting on the back end, which, again, a lot to do when you're basically 90% done with your project. There are ways to do it, but we'll get there when we get there. Yeah, after dropping in the HTML, we had a few JSX things to change. Autocomplete, need to have it C capitalized. React told us this, we didn't really need to think about it. HTML, so 4, need to be changed to HTML4. Again, React was cool, it told us about it. And now, we're basically caught up to what we were doing. We're adding a default value of today's current date. So when you come here, do a lovely refresh, you will see today's date in the box. And since we have assigned it as a default value, not a value, we can change it. Type whatever we want in here. Now, in addition, we have a data list of all of the possible options for this thing, the fun ones. This has nothing to do with React. We're still using native HTML stuff, and we will continue to use native HTML stuff. So for those who haven't used data list, they're basically like if you combined a select and a input box, but you wanted to have people type in the select box. Here comes data list. You give your input a list attribute of the ID of the data list and ID. And then for all these options, the value is what will be received in the actual submission. Yeah, well, dude, I have worked with request animation frame. Curious about porting it with it to React. So yeah, that's not an impossible task. Basically, Your request animation frame will be set up in your initial state. So it'll be in your component did mount or your use effect with an empty dependency array. And that's where it would start calling your defined callback function. Yeah, DN Bull, it's not like dealing with any third-party interaction for React takes a little bit of work, but it's not that bad. Once it's not a beginner for sure, but it's not that bad once you get the hang of it for sure. Yeah, I mean, I would definitely just go straight for the tutorials or the examples with it, well, dude. See what they do, and then try to match it to whatever it is you're uniquely trying to do with request animation frame. It's essentially the same amount of work you would go into setting up a set interval or a set timeout, though set interval is more accurate. It's the exact same steps you would take for your request animation frame. But yeah, so now we have this here lovely code. This is the old code in which when we submit the form, we did stuff. So that's a good place to start. When we submit the form, we want to do stuff. That stuff being Coolio function. So we have a form here. We want to listen to the submit event. The way we do that in React is with the on prefix of an attribute. So you say on, and then look at all these events. Look at all these events you can have. You got on copy, on cut, all the boring ones we don't care about. We want on submit. These are one-to-one with all the native events we've been working on. Ooh, nice, DN Bull. How topical. Yeah, well, I guess that stream was definitely a two birds for one stone thing for you then. Nice. Yeah, yeah. Oh, I see how it is. Yeah, that's good. I mean, hey, you gotta broaden out your tool set so whatever you get thrown on, you can manage with. Oh, thank you, Copilot. You're so cool. So, just as in native JavaScript, your submit event will take your form to another place. Default. You want to prevent this because we want this to be a single page application. Oh, nice, DMBO. Wow, looking forward to it for sure. Yeah, Jazzy Pants. It's like it's one of those things where it's easier to see how useful it is when you go through what problem it's solving manually. But once you do, you're like, oh wow, the grass really is green on the other side. Yeah. Now I did say I would write this functionally or classically, so that would be writing a handle submit thing over here. Then we'll write arrow functions. So how would we like to do this? I guess we'll say this handle submit bind. Or we'll do the other bind UI. I don't know. I have not done classical components in a long time. Ooh. Oh, that's interesting, DM. But they actually require that. Nice. So, I'm going to make up here constructor. The reason we're doing this is so that way we can say this dot handle submit equals this handle submit bind. Hey, of course, Mine Wolf, appreciate you coming on by. Now, this is classical component stuff. We don't have to do this in functional components, but there's a reason we have to do it here. Ah, no, that's glad to hear that, DM Bull. Microblogs are definitely my style. So before introducing why we're doing this, I'm gonna delete that event.prevent. Come on, Copilot. I'm just gonna console log this to see like what is the this of handle submit. So we're gonna see what the problem is, and then we'll see what our solution is. So I click button. We have the word undefined. It says line 8, which is right here. So when I pass this dot handle submit to the on submit attribute, this is undefined. But when I say this handle submit equals this handle submit bound to this React component, we're going to see it not be undefined, and instead we have an bound to the actual React component. The reason we need to do this is because the native JavaScript event handlers, by default, for free, just built into native JavaScript, it will take whatever function you pass as an event listener, be it onSubmit or be it addEventListener, and it will bind to it the current element. Well, in this case, it's binding it undefined, so it'll mess with the this state. Is all you really need to know. To prevent this, what we do is we say, okay, this handle submit, aka this thing, is equal to itself bound to this. The reason this works and that this state can't be messed with is because once a this state is bound, it can't be rebound. So if I were to be like, oh, bind to this and then bind this, we're going to see that's not going to work. Once you bind it once, you can't rebind it. So when native JavaScript is like, oh, you got a nice function here, I'm going to mess with the this state. It tries, but it does nothing. This and this and this. Yeah, Jazzy Pants, it's difficult to talk about the this keyword, but we get through there. Ah, nice, yeah. I mean, it seems pretty flexible there, DM Bull, for sure. Yeah, most of my writings or blogs are all, this is a thing I found out, or this is a thing I figured out or did. This is what I did to do it. So not fully educational, just this was my route to the thing. So we're now receiving a lovely submission event. We have access to the current component. Now the next step, according to old JavaScript, yeah, Jazzy Pants, I will be doing every single thing. So that's why it's going to be a bit of a long and functional and classical. So you're right. It does make more sense to me too, Jazzy Pants. But I'm doing it in both just so we can see both, I mean, we're not going to do classical much, but eventually we're going to come across it in old code bases or older libraries. Like, it's going away, but it's never going to be gone. So looking at our code, what's the next step we took? We got the value, lowercase, the 0th character. So that's actually a number of steps. Now I'm going to do this in an uncontrolled manner. I'll do it in a controlled manner after, but I'm going to keep it uncontrolled. What this basically means is that the browser will manage the state of this input. Like, it'll manage what's in the text box. React won't. The advantage of this is that just let the browser do it. I don't need to do it. Disadvantage is that if I did need to do some stuff, like as they type, do different things, then obviously React can't hear that, in which I want it to be controlled. Again, I'll do both. We'll start with uncontrolled, though. Ooh, a microblog. Let's check that out, DM Bull. Using current color CSS with SVG. Oh, yeah, I am. All of my blogs are microblogs in that case, DM Bull. Every blog I got's a microblog. Yeah, it's very reasonable. So this is where we're going to select a little bit of React, a little bit of not React. We need to get the day input value. Other great thing about this is that we have access to the event. It's got a lot of stuff in there. Let's just console log it, see what's in here. Lots of stuff. We have a target. We got a bunch of other stuff we don't care about. We care about the target, surprise. So when you open the target, it's got a bunch of other stuff. Again, this is squishy, but it's all here. Again, this isn't really React. This is just native JavaScript at this point. In every good old form, it contains a number of things. So you can see you have your input and your button right here. Now if I scroll down to letter E, we have elements. Elements being an object that is both an array and an object, so that's not confusing at all. Containing indexes of all the inputty elements and named attributes based on the name of the element. So you see how we have a ID of day. It got put under the day property. So I can say elements dot day dot value to get inside the box. Let's prove that out. So const day value equals. That was a really good attempt, Copilot. It's not what we're going for. Event dot current target dot elements dot day dot value lowercase and first character. So console log. We're just gonna console log this again. I like testing my code as soon as possible. First car. Be a little more accurate for that. Ah, neat. React Miami. That definitely is up there. Yeah, it definitely sounds like a good place to be there, DM Bull. And there we go. First character of day is T. If I change it to R, first character of day is R. So that is to get the first character of the day element in a uncontrolled manner. What's the next step? If it's truthy, then update the output text content. Using this cute little, totally readable, everyone would accept the pull request on that function. Let's drop it in here. And we're going to say, if there's a first character of day, update the output. Now this is where we got to get React-y here. We're going to use a state variable. So we're going to set the output to a state variable. So that way when we update the message, or the type of day, it will automatically put it inside our H2. So let's start by actually creating our state. This state, when you're doing it in a classical component, you do it inside your constructor. I think you can do it like up here. We'll do it in the constructor because that's what you'll see in older code, I believe. Which we say day type is, well, by default, there's no day type because you haven't entered a thing. So we're going to set it to default an empty string. So then in our JSX rendering, we can say this dot state dot day type. And as you can see, VS Code loves React. Gives you all the fun autocompletes pretty much all the time. So now that we are rendering the current day type, we need to actually be updating the current day type. So again, yoink and yeet, folks. We have an old function that appeared to work, has no React wacky doodles in it. So we're going to use the old function. I will rewrite it to be cleaner, but we're going to use the old function for now. So good old get day type is our new type of day. The difference is that we're not directly setting the text content. We are instead updating our state, which will eventually update the text content with a this.setState. Look at that, Copilot. Look at Copilot go. We're setting the state to a new object with a day type, being the same key we used before, of the code that worked before. What's the code do? Don't think about it. It worked before. It'll work now. Yeah, the old yoink and yeet. Oh yeah, whoa, dude. Always loved them code sandboxes. They are a great thing to just spin up and look at without having to worry about setting up Vite or Vite React or Create React App or any of that complicated stuff. I think this might work now. So if we say Tuesday, we got boom, class. If we say we got boring. If we say sa, we get weekend. And if we click the weird ones like Thursday, we get class. So this is technically working. Yeah, Bull. That was definitely a super valuable resource. I did check it out. It's in my bookmarks for the next time I want to do some dragging and dropping for sure. Let's go looking at the original code. I think we've done it. Goodbye, old code. Hello, new fancy React code. Now I will make this more readable. Function get day type. This will be first car of day. Let's see if Copilot will help me out. It won't. That's okay. Yeah, okay, so basically we're gonna do this unreadable thing in a more readable way. So if thank you, Copilot. You gonna write the next one? Thank you, Copilot. Good job. So if the first character of the day is a T, then we're gonna return class. If the first character of the day is an S, we're gonna return weekend. Otherwise, for all the other days, we return boring. And there's the more readable version, folks. We all in the keyboard party, yeah. I'll get there eventually. Just good old Logitech's good enough for me. Ah, interesting, DM Bull. Yeah, so this was the classical way to do this. We're going to keep it classical, but we're now going to make it controlled. So this will be a value, empty string, and then in our cool little input, we're going to both those on multiple lines for readability, and this time initialize our value to our default value. So we're making it controlled, which means React will be taking control over it and handling the value and changes of this. So value will be, thank you, Copilot. So value will be this state day value, and when we change it, well, what did you do, Copilot? So on the change event, which happens whenever a character changes in it, it will set the new day value to this thing here. We'll see if this works very soon, because if this doesn't work, then when we do typing, we can't change it. Now here's a disadvantage of this. I don't know if y'all can see it. When I type, see all these random boxes showing up? That means React is re-rendering the entire component, or it's re-rendering all these little things. Again, it's a micro optimization. We generally don't need to worry about it till we get there, but as you can see, the more I type, the oranger it gets, which means lots of renders. This is generally why I generally prefer a, what do you say, uncontrolled component. Yeah, use ref, Rascal 2, yeah! Now, what's the classical way of saying use ref? I don't remember. But yeah, definitely a use ref to just update the, or let's have a state, yeah. And then, yeah, I guess that would be the way to avoid that if you wanted to. Definitely not something a beginner would do, though. But yeah, use ref is basically, it's another kind of state, but unlike state or prompts, which causes a re-render every time it changes, ref is special in which it keeps track of a value, whatever that will be, but it does not re-render the component when it changes. So yeah, if you really want to avoid that, you could, and you want it to be controlled, you would do this. But in this case, I want it to be controlled because I'm going to replace my submit with this right here. So right now we have to click a button for it to update. We're going to get rid of this button entirely. Goodbye button. You will be missed. So now as you type in this, it will update the day type automatically, which is a very common usage for a controlled component. You want React to react character by character to the changes in a component. So again, we're going to try to stay away from arrow functions. We're going to bind this to a this handle change and just rename our handle submit to handle change. Get rid of that and call our existing code right here. So again, this is the on change that was down there. It's now up here. But additionally, what we want to do is day value, put that in this box so we can update the state, and then we'll do what we did before, grab the first character of it, and if it has changed, make another set state call. Again, all optimizable. Ain't here for that though. So when we're here, we get a Tuesday, and then as we type in it, the box automatically updates. So if we change it to a Monday or a Monday, Saturday, Tuesday, all these characters, React now reacts to every character changing. Well, almost everyone. Oh, Wednesday is boring. That's why it didn't work. Every character. Yeah, we love them, DM Bull. What do they say? Optimizations for closers, right? We're on the first project. We ain't doing like any optimizations till we get all the way to binary upload boom. So you're gonna have to hold on till then. Yeah, this is why you might want it to be a controlled component instead of uncontrolled whenever you want to respond to every little change. Now that was a nice little exploration, but we are going to go back to the core of what the original intention was. So that way we can convert this to a hook component. Yeah, I know, DMBull, I know. So we have here app, and we're going to say app class. And we'll make another one, so we'll leave it here just for posterity's sake. Down here, we're going to say export default const app equals an arrow function. Well, I'm going to use a function. Yeah, DNBall ain't that great, right? You can always look back and see like, wow, look how much we have grown. For sure, yeah. I mean, it's definitely, it can be complicated, but that's always the advantage of looking back. You can always see like, wow, didn't know any of that. Or you can look back at your old code and be like, wow, why did I write it that way? Because you didn't know, but now you do know. So, good place to start with any React component, at least for me. It's like what Leon says with MVC. You either start building your feature from the data, so with the model, or you start from the view with the EJS. Kind of the same thing for React components. You can either start with the view, which is basically the JSX, or you can start with the data, which would be state and stuff like that. I'm starting with the view, obviously, because that's a great place to go. And now, we're going to start using hooks. Now we're going to close this because this is boring. Now there's one unique thing. Since I'm using Babel standalone, usually you would say this if you want to import a hook, for example. There you go. See, this is how you would import a hook. Because it is a named export, so you would basically destructure it out, and now you have access to the useState variable. In this very specific instance, because I'm using Babel standalone and I've messed all my environments up, React is a global, so I do this. Don't worry about it though, it's a very little difference. Yeah, well, dude, it's always great looking back, you know, it gives you a much bigger perspective, because like Leon says, and even Fairy Godmother yesterday said, you're never really gonna feel like you're finished with a lot of your projects and stuff. Like, you'll feel maybe satisfied, but there's always more you can do. But that feeling definitely becomes more manageable when you look back and see how much you have done. And Nick, there's DM Bull, just confirmation right there. Yeah, it just doesn't go away. It just changes / you live with it. Because like there's always gonna be stuff you won't know, and it's not your job to know it, to be honest. Oh, thank you, Copilot. Okay, Copilot kind of yoinked my thunder, but this is how you use a state hook. So much like the old one was setting state to an object, where day type was a empty string, with use state you can make multiple state values, each one being the value. Now here, we do some destructuring. Yeah, I mean, that's how it happens, right, DM Bull? It's, everyone starts out, you know, deep, and then you're just going to be deep on the few things you do know. Eventually, you'll need help from someone else who has gone deep on something you didn't need to know. Yeah, it's a give and take. Yeah, so this here is how we generally use almost many to all of React's hooks. because useState returns a tuple, which we don't really care about. It's basically another way of saying an array with a set length and certain things in certain slots. So it's not like, well, this is an array of a bunch of numbers. It's like, no, this is an array that contains two elements. The first one being a string, because I set it to be a string. And the second one being, my goodness, what is this? What's a React dispatch? What's a set state action? Don't think about it. Don't think about it. It's a function, just like this dot set state, but you don't put this in front of it. So it's just a function you call with your new state, which is why the pattern generally goes variable name as the first one. That's the name of the state. The second one usually prefixes it with the word set. So I have day type, then I say set day type. That's the pattern for like most of these state hooks. That's the one we're going to use. So for that, now if we want to use day type, we don't say this.state day type, we just say day type. And with that, we only have one thing left to do. That is our handle submit. So we can't say this.handle submit because this doesn't have any functions. So the approach is either write it in line. Basically, where's our handle submit? A yoink. We're just going to yoink it. Did I yoink enough? I did not. Event. Ka-chow. Basically, just put the function inline on your, wherever the event listener is. And the other way is to define it up here for readability. It'll, again, for the most case, has no impact. It's just for a readability standpoint. I'll put it in here for now, though. And we're going to do all the same stuff, except instead of saying this.set state, we're going to call set day type. And we're going to set it to arrow symbols, whatever day type returns. So it has changed a little bit. State is not an object. We have an individual piece of state, which is a string. And again, we're still using the exact same uncontrolled logic here, preventing the submission event and grabbing the day value first character and all that stuff. That's a good one, DMBull. I know document refers... Yeah, document specifically refers to the DOM, I believe. And window is the thing that's actually global. Ah, that's a good question, DMBull. I honestly don't know. I imagine the window would give you more. Because the window seems with higher scope. Now, here's a good Stack Overflow. Let me read this to you. Generally, I do use the window for key events. Resize isn't on the window, not on the doc. Okay, some of them don't share events. Yes, so I guess some of them do not share. So it's Venn diagrammy. For example, resize only belongs in the window. Ready state is only in the document. So it's mainly for events, it seems. Yeah, window contains the document. Yeah, I mean, I guess that's it. Oh, using the window, let me go ahead and check that. Check that out. Yeah, so of the Venn diagrams of events that's supported, you got your window and you got your document. They share most of them. Well, that's a horrible Venn diagram. That's another horrible Venn diagram. Nope. There you go. But there are a few that they do not share. Yeah, I mean, that's a good pattern. Whoa, dude. Consistency's always good. And yeah, I personally always go for window myself, especially for like key down, key up, stuff like that. I imagine it's just, I mean, when writing React, if you're interacting with like document.anything, it always like feels a little bit wrong because it's like, ooh, shouldn't there be a React way of doing this? But when I say window dot, it always feels like, oh, this is a more acceptable way of doing it. Hey, thanks for that point out, DMBull. Yeah, but at least that's why I write window. it feels less egregious in the React space to be calling on the window, because like sometimes you just need to call on the window versus calling on a DOM element, at which point it's like, should be using a ref or a hook or something to get that document in a Reacty way. But when it's just document, then yeah, I suppose it's equivalent. Keyboard event, mouse event. Yep, this is you. Whoa, dude! Did you steal my code? Because this is exactly what I always write for my key event listeners. This is literally exactly it. Yeah, Gamble. I mean, you are right on that aspect, and like it's generally better to use the thing closest to what you want to affect. Yeah, I think it honestly feels like a stylistic slash team choice at this point, aside from the few events that don't exist on one or the other, which would be a fun debugging experience. So that's a thing to avoid. It generally feels like a team choice. At least I haven't seen any written in stone rules about it. But yeah, I can see both sides. The my at least previously my side of not wanting to touch the document as much as possible versus getting as close as possible to the thing you're targeting. Because you got the window, then you got the document, which is, while it shares a lot, the document is technically closer to whatever it is you're looking for. Yeah, for sure. Definitely an interesting distinction. Oh, I think this code works now, by the way. Let's see if it do work. Tuesday. It worked. Yeah, look at that. Tuesday. And then we change it to Saturn's Day. Weekend. And there we go. Now, some people don't like putting their event listeners in here. That's cool. What you can do is you can just meander your way on up here and declare a function. Okay, Copilot, write it for me. There you go. Just declare your function up here. You can pass that function right down here. This is effectively the same thing. Now there is a tiny optimization. This is a React hook optimization, I believe, in which we can memorize our components. Yeah, Copilot. I mean, yeah, Dean. Because I like obviously my free trial's up, so I've bought it. So yeah, yeah, I did have a copy, but I was like, oh, let's just see if it can do it. Right? It's like I'm paying for Copilot. Let's make sure I'm getting my money's worth. That's definitely worth it because I tried all the other ones and they got it working. Yeah, for sure, for sure. Now, what I'm gonna go peek at the profiler. I don't know if this is gonna really tell us anything, but as we click the button, it tells us it changed, and it tells us why it changed, hook when changed. So it's not smart enough to tell me anything else, but there's also the fact that I passed this form a function. Here's the thing about hooks, though. This function is generated every time. So let's go ahead and console log handle submit. Let's do something funny. Let's give handle submit ID equals date dot now. Alright, so it's add a random attribute to handle submit and just see what it looks like, for example. I think that's gonna work. Yeah, I also need to do down here or up there. Oh, putting all my consoles in the wrong place. Yeah, DM Bull, yeah, go ahead, go to work, yeah. And yeah, DM Bull, sometimes it's one way or the other. But you can see here, as I make changes to handle submit, it was not persisting the attribute I gave, because the way that the hooks work is that every time, see the number changed, every time this hook is re-rendered, it reruns all of this code, which means for this function, it creates a new function. It does the same thing, but it's a new function. That meaning when you pass it to something like a form in React is like, okay, time to be smart. I'm gonna be smart, and if the form has the same stuff as last time, I'm not gonna render it. It sees old handle submit and new handle submit, which have the same contents but are different functions, and it's like, oh, you gave me a new function. I can't tell it's the same one. I'm gonna re-render this form for you. So a common thing you'll see in hook components is you'll see handle submit declared as a const, specifically so that way you can use the use callback hook on it, which is getting into the not exactly beginner stuff, but basically what it means is that just like the use state, in which that like day type is remembered for the last time, use callback will remember this function from the last time this component was ran. There's a little extra bit here. There's a empty array. This array is basically saying, okay, what things should cause this function to refresh, basically, to be recalculated. This is generally things that the function depends on. For example, it depends on this function of setting day type, so we pass it here. Now, technically we don't need to, but we ain't about that life. So now when we do this, and I import this lovely hook from React, it catches on fire. Yeah, handle submit is undefined. What did I do? Handle submit is, oh, that's because, so before I was able to put console logs up here because of the, oh my gosh, hoisting of the function declaration. Now that it's in a const though, I can't do that. So now I have to put the consoles down here. Yeah, that dependency array can be a tricky thing to master, whoa dude. Once you master it though, like all the hooks that use dependency arrays, follow the same rules, you know? So once you get it, you can use all the dependency array based hooks basically easily. And when you're using things like Create React App or even Vite or anything that's not Babel standalone, you get that free hook that like throws warnings and stuff when you don't do it right. So it's pretty good at it. Okay, so here's the example. Before, it was undefined number, undefined number. Now you can see, initially it's undefined because it has no ID. I give it an ID, and on the next re-render, look at that, look at that. That is the old ID. The function stayed the same. And then I changed the ID. But here we can see that the function was the same as the last function. This is why you'll see use callback on some code to surround arrow functions to make sure they're the same. So now when the form receives this function, it's never going to re-render the form itself. Again, a little bit advanced. We don't need to care about that because optimizing is only for closers, and we're just here to be baddies and get stuff done. But functionally, this is basically what you'll kind of see. So we have our class version of this. We have a constructor setting our state, doing the handle submit doohickey. Then we have our class version, our state, our handle submit. As you can kind of see from our JSX, it's basically identical. We just lost the this prefix and the this state prefix. So we're going from functional to component. Your render, like the actual JSX you write, doesn't actually change that much aside from the this keyword and maybe this dot state and this dot props. Aside from that, it's basically the same. It's the content, being the methods, constructor, or the body above, that changes. And yeah, that is the first project. Class weekend boring. Let's give it a final test. Delete Monday and Saturn's Day. It's all there, folks. So with that, that's one down. Now these next ones will go a little faster because this was our first one explaining all the little things we were doing. a lot of these are basically going to be like at least all these ones. They're all front end things, which do the same things, but they do with a little bit different HTML, a little bit JavaScript. So the React isn't going to change that much. Again, I'm still going to do a classical and a functional for both, but I'm going to go a little quicker. That is, of course, after the break. So, I still think we can get through all of them before class starts, but either way, we'll at least get to some of the full stack ones, if not to Bub. So I will catch you on the other side. Let's take ourselves a good 5-minute break. For those who do not know, at this very moment, we have fellow $100 ship that code. They're over there doing some streaming right now. But what do they be streaming? They are streaming. Ooh, Tech Pass. Yeah, that's their 100 hours project. So if you want to see someone polishing that up, go ahead and check them out. We also got Melody Dev. Also doing some streaming. Again, everyone's popping up for the Tuesday. Going through the own React Scrimba course, which is a pretty good course if you want to actually go through the whole React thing instead of just, picking it up to do our one React project as Leon recommends. But yeah, be sure to go check them out, say hello at least. Catch you at the end of the break. Welcome on back, folks. That is the end of our break. Let us jump on to the next project to React-ify. And that next project is the Angry Parent Simulator. So, just for remembrance, hey, Doonga Loonga, how's it going? Your Saturday, Tuesday's going well. It's not Saturday. Yeah, I wish it was Saturday, but it ain't. Over here, just reactifying some classic front-end apps. Next one is Angry Parent Simulator. Second one we kind of did, what has all these inputs, labels, a button in H2, and then some JavaScript. Well, I haven't touched this in a while, so I think this is actually supposed to be uncommented. Oh, not that. Oh, stop adding comments. There we go. I think this is what it's supposed to do. Again, past me. I don't know what past me did to this code, but it's what it's supposed to do. Because it's supposed to say these words aloud. So if I type in ABC, JKL, and I click yell, something's broken. So I guess we get to fix these before we... Oh, I have two of them. That won't help. Again, haven't touched this in literal months. Log L text. Don't know why it's not making the noise. Let me turn off the music. Why you no make noise? Okay, I'm trying to remember which things do and don't have the speech synth API. Maybe only Chrome. Okay, that worked. I don't think y'all heard that, so let me swap that. Well, let me actually run it, make sure. A, B, C, and D. Okay, there we go. That's what I want. Turn that volume so y'all can hear.
A, B, C, D.
It's a bit quiet, but when you click this, it says the word A, B, C, D. Basically, the text in every box. So that's what the code is supposed to do. And since Firefox is disappointing us, we're going to use Chrome to dev this one out. And now we're going to Reactify this HTML in this JavaScript. Well, not that JavaScript. We don't need a console. So again, doing the same process as before. Baddies writing bad code. Going to be using this Babel standalone inline HTML stuff. Again, it's not the good stuff, but it's what we're going to be using until we get to the bigger projects. Right at the top of our body, all this stuff is left alone. Since we're not going to be making any components, goodbye button.js. And now we're going to yoink all of this code, put it inside of our new app component. Let's go in here, app.jsx. Export default app. Oh, class app. Again, we'll do classical first, just for readability or familiarity. Then we'll do it functional. Again, since we have 3 elements, we're going to be using a React fragment, which makes everything happy. Should make everything happy. Okay, did I mess up some symbols? Form has no corresponding. So remember our inputs need to be closed. This means that they need to have the / before their ending greater than sign. Don't need that in classic HTML. It kind of just forgives it. But here you actually need them to be closing. Now, why is the form angry? Why are you angry? There's no corresponding closing. Control Shift I. Oh, lots of symbols. There, that goes there. Okay, well, I did something. Ooh, so I did an auto format, Control Shift I, and we can see it did some indentation. So the auto formatter does help sometimes. I didn't close the rest of my inputs. And now with the auto formatter, you can see this HTML do be looking good. So we're gonna save this, and hopefully we see some stuff. I don't know. We bring in the debug tool, or the dev tools. Head up with a refresh, and let's see. Okay, so this is working. React, very cool of it. Gives us some warnings. Same warning as last time, actually. Invalid DOM property 4. Did you mean HTML4? Why, yes, I did. Reminder, can't use the for or class keywords, even though they are HTML attributes, because in JavaScript, they are restricted keywords. So React changes them for us by adding the HTML prefix so we can continue using it. And that's it. Yeah, we're done here. We click all the boxes, we hit the yellow button, and nothing happens. So that is our view part of this equation working. Now we need to actually get this to be functional. Again, you're going to see a similar pattern for the first few of these. Let's look at our code. We add a event listener to the button instead of the form, and then we call this code in the button. So let's go ahead and convert that over. Do some split string. I think those were off the whole time. So this is adding an event listener to our button to say on click. And we're going to say this dot handle click. Again, writing class base first. Oh, thank you, Copilot. That's what I want eventually. Handle click. Oh, you didn't write me my constructor, Copilot. So whenever you do this, binding trigger class components usually need a constructor to do it in. When you're building a constructor for a class component, you need to receive props, and since we are extending something, we always need to call super. If there's an extends, it needs to be a super. They're best friends, they can't live without each other. Now, in this handle click, what code are we supposed to do? Let's do this code. So let's a yoink and a yeet. And figure out what changes we need to make. So technically, a lot of this is basically going to work. And I'm going to show how it works right now, I believe. So A, B, C, D. It works. It's a little angry though, because so I forgot a typing for window.speech synthesis, because that was a variable and I yeeted the variable. A, B, C, D. And it is working again. But we Reactified it, but then we kind of left some stuff non-reacty. Like we left a lot of these as query selector and then an ID. This works. We also did a updating of inner text. This obviously works. It's not necessarily the React way of doing it. Firstly, updating like this element out of React, very not React way to do that. Fortunately, we have seen how that works before. That is with our state variable. So this state is, what do we call this? Yell text. Initially, we're yelling nothing. Then when we want to yell something, we update our state variable. This set state, setting yell text to yell text. This is with the object variable shorthand syntax in which the value will become the key. It's identical to saying yell text colon yell text. You can shorten it to this. JavaScript is smart like that. And now in the JSX we can render yell text like so, and it will work. Almost. What's wrong? So yeah, these React errors, very verbose. Much like any error, so you can see, like, starting from the bottom, we get lots of random stuff here. Yellow text is not defined. If you're lucky, it tells you exactly what's wrong. Sometimes you're not, though, because there are lots of chains and scopes to the error. Scroll up to the top, it will almost always tell you exactly what's wrong. It even tells you what line number 42 or 109. Oh, it's not 109 because we don't have 109 lines, so it's got to be 42, where yellow text is not defined because in a class component, it is this.state to access state variables, like so, A, B, C, D, and we click yell, and there is our text, and it did make this sound. Again, we're a little bit more reactive. We are updating our output in a React way. For doing this, though, all these query selectors, not very reactive. We should be getting these from React. So there are a few different ways to do this. We've seen a few of them in which we set all these as state variables and then read them. We'll go ahead and do it that way first. So this will be f name, the string, f mid name. Well, watch Copilot. Thank you, Copilot. Greatly appreciated. And then for here, when reading all these, we're going to destructure them out. Thank you, Copilot. So that's all of the storing state and getting state. Now we need to actually update the these variables accordingly. I'm trying to think of an example, because it was an example of a smart way of doing this. We ain't going to do the smart way. We're going to do the baddie way. Then we'll show you the smart way. Are we reacting? Yeah, Didi, what that? We are reacting. We're on our second front-end project, the Angry Parent Simulator. You can't hear it, but it says the words A, B, C, D. Hope your Tuesday's been going well. And we are reacting. Set value to equal... how do I want to do this? I'm trying to find a multi-cursor magic way to get this working. F name, F mid name, L mid name, L name. That's a multi-cursor magic way. Yoink, 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 yoink. Take all these. So yeah, I'm going to change the IDs because big yikes on these IDs. Come on, cursor. Yeah. Okay, I'm trying to do multi-magic. I don't do it enough. There we go. I'm changing all the IDs to match the states. So that way when I do this, I can say this.set state of that key goes to event.current target.value. That's a lot. I know that's a lot. So we're going to put it on multiple lines. It's always a good way to make this stuff a lot more readable. So we have our inputs with our value and our type, all this other boring stuff that doesn't really change. And then finally, so that's our value. So the value of this will always be locked to whatever's in that state variable. Hey, thanks for the follow there. That's the longest thing I think I've ever seen. Dimitrix Maxgoff Galereth. Yeah, appreciate it. Hope your Tuesday's been going well. Click, 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 click. Why is this thing angry? So you see, when you make the mistake of only adding a value, again, React's smart. It warns you. You sure you didn't meant to add an on-chain? Because I'm typing here, and nothing's going in the box. So whenever you have a value, you usually want an on-change. So that way when the... Oh, that's not the symbols. The input box has its value changed by users, you will update state accordingly. Wow, Goldfish really did a number on this one. So I wrote value. I actually already wrote on-changed. It's the value that I'm missing. Again, bear with me. I will this.state.paste. Nope. There we go. So the little goof there, but it's working now. So now we have a value, which is what's in the box, and on change, what happens when the box is changed. We update the corresponding state variable based on the current ID. Kind of hard coded in a way. So A, B, C, D. A, B, C, D. There we go. So now this is fully, quote, reactive and all that stuff. Now there are other ways we can do this. Like, this is a bit of code, is it not? Like, there's a lot of typing here. You could make this into components. You could do all kinds of different things like that. I think we'll do one, because this is the first one, which we can basically put this in a component. It's basically just these, well, I guess it's more than 2 lines. 8, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It's 9 lines. But what changes here is the ID, the placeholder, and that's about it. And the placeholder is technically this name anyway. So we see this wet code, and this is just begging React to componentize it. I'm going to put it in the same file. Usually you do this in 2 files, but this is the way we do it. Pretty easy now. Hey, intelligence, thanks for those 25 bits. Hope your Tuesday's been going well. We are over here reactifying all the things. Those who don't know, intelligence always does some cool chill streams. Yeah, we just reactified this Angry Parent Simulator, and now we're about to componentize some of the components in it, just for fun, just to show, like, this is how you would componentize in class land. And then after that, we will functionalize it. We want to say this. Name input. Absolutely amazing name. Going to return basically the wet code. So since there are 2 of them here, got to use a React fragment. And we can see we have some things that are duplicated. I appreciate that intelligence. Yeah, I just thought it'd be an interesting approach to see it, you know, because we've already seen all this code, vanilla. Since we're learning React, I figured I'd show what it would look like if it was written in React. So we're gonna make some props up. Label text, that's a good one. Then value and on change. Technically also some good ones. So yeah, we are also might want to give this an ID. Just recognizing the things that are duplicated. Then boom, label text exists right there. Since that was duplicate, we shove that there. ID, this also is duplicate. Wrong keybind. Well, it's gotta go inside the curlies. There we go. ID. Get that. And now we have the last 2 things, on change and on value, which we can, for now, we're just going to take it from props. So value for the top one, on change for the bottom one. Now you see how we have explicitly defined our props, but we've also destructured them. So let's not destructure them, because I know that's a new thing. We have props, and then we destructure them from props. This is effectively the same thing. If you wanted to not destructure anything, you would prefix all of these with props dot. Then if you wanted to go even further, you wanted to make it a... Oh, that's not how multi-cursor works. This dot props dot this. If you wanted to do a class name component, extends react dot component, it would look like, almost there, a bit more verbose, exactly like this. This dot props ID, this props label text, this props whatever it is you're looking for. And now we're going to use this cute little name input right down here for the first one. So when you name it like this, since it is a JSX component, gotta surround it with the chevrons. And since it is self-closing, you gotta make sure you got the / right there. JSX will yell at you if you don't. So don't worry about it. And now we need to give it the props that we have defined. If you're cool and VS Code is cool, control space. VS Code is not cool in this current moment. Because I'm using a class component, VS Code can't figure out what props I want, so I have to figure it out myself. Absolute travesty. This is why props types was used back in the day, because tooling can't really figure it out. It can, but at least not with my setup. So one thing is the ID, which in this case is name. Let's label text is first name. I have to scroll up and remember it. On change and value are the last two. So I'm gonna put this on multiple lines for readability. Value equals this thank you Copilot and change just like that. So we can see we've replaced 9 lines with 5. It's not that much of an increase, but it is a little better. Hey, Voltrix, all the things, even the mutated state. Yeah, we are reactifying all the things. We might not get to all of them because I did have to take an unexpected break, but this is the agenda. And we'll slowly move from all the baddies writing bad code to, I suppose, around to this point, we'll start writing in good code of stuff like Vite and create React app and React route. So yeah, we're gonna try all the things. I don't know how far we'll get, but we will try them all. Hope your Tuesday's been going well, Voltrix. We're on the Angry Parent Simulator, writing our first, or technically our real first component. Technically, we're writing the global app component, but this is our first reusable component called a name input, which is this little box right here. Ta-da! It works. Hey, of course, yeah, I appreciate the good luck. So now we're going to do this little name input for all of the other ones. So, pasta go here. Yeet and yoink. Yoink. And a yoink. Now I'm going to do a little multi-cursor magic, I think. See if I can do this. There we go. Yeah, multi-cursor my magic way into that, so I can grab the ID from there, put it there, placeholder from there, put it, oh, not there, put it there, the value from the line above, put it there. I'm not using, so again, we're starting off with the bare bones basic baddies writing bad code. We are not using anything except for classic Babel standalone at this point. I don't think we're going to use any libraries by the end of this. We're just going to be doing kind of a more vanilla approach. So, like right now, I'm just using this, what's the gist at? Over here. Yeah, because again, this is all from a beginner's perspective. Just this gist right here, and which basically allows you to use Babel standalone in the browser with multiple files. Again, the baddest of bad code. Eventually, though, when we get to the larger ones, I'll show how Vite or Vite works, along with Create React App. I know it's old, but people still use it, so again, don't think I'll be going for any libraries. Gonna keep it all vanilla, except React Router, because we ain't routing manually around here. Yeah, I think I have turned all these into the components of some multi-cursor magic. Hey, Rasik, how's it going? Great seeing you again. Hope your Tuesday's going well. We're over here just reactifying some Angry Parent Simulator, a classic. We just finished making a cute little name component and passing all this fun stuff to it. Yeah, doing well, doing well. Had a little unexpected break, but we're making through it. Ooh, well, let's go check that out. Congratulations, by the way, if you're on that. What the Rask is referring to is a Code Wars leaderboard I made that shows the daily, changes and honor gainings of people in the 100 devs. Apparently, they're looking to finish in first place today. Honor change. Wow, looks like Motherboard put in a lot of work today. Wasimer IO. That seems like WASM. Don't really use any code on any client with WebAssembly and Wasimer. Interesting. Okay, it's kind of like the pipe dream here, right? You can run anything on WASM. I know Rust and like a lot of things have becoming WASM compatible. For those who don't know, it's basically a way to run any kind of code on the browser without access to the DOM and stuff. So you can take your C code, convert it to WASM, which is short for WebAssembly, and then with a little bit of boilerplate JavaScript, run that code that was written in C originally on the browser, and Rust and apparently all the other languages. Oh, look at all these languages. Yeah, seems cool. Let's look at Python, since everyone loves Python. At least some people love Python. Ooh, the calendar results. Yeah, let's check out calendar results. Oh yeah, so the calendar results are like a few hours out of date. Rassic. Let's see how accurate they are. I assume this is one of you. Yeah, Python's pretty great for sure. Yes, like the calendar results. Yeah, again, that's on me. They are. That would be a cool PR if someone wanted to check that out. Eventually, I'll get to it. It's slightly out of date. The leaderboard is always synchronized. Ah, Docker in the future. Yeah. Ah, cool, cool. Yeah. It's unfortunate that Motherboard decided today was the day they were gonna put in the work. I don't think no one's getting past them. I mean, let's see. Maybe my leaderboard's not showing thing. LCPE. Yeah, something's wrong with the leaderboard. I know the data is accurate. It's just the display that got all wonky. I'm not sure what's up with that. Hmm. Yeah, they have whoa, dude. Hey, thanks for the follow there. I'm a Rassic and Yamani. Hope your days. Oh, yeah, I've been going well. Motherboard is go. Yeah, they've gotten away from all of us. They are the goat, that is for sure. Let's just look at their chart. Come on, chart. Yeah, look at all that. Ooh, look at that. 89 code words in a single day. And everyone, one code was coming, everyone's putting in that work. Yeah, and look at all these gold. They are the goat. Show me examples. Show me examples. Yeah, that chart there, that is how many code wars, yeah, how many challenges they've completed on that particular day. It was the latest feature of like, because it also shows, not in a pretty way, I didn't get that far. Like they had 89 code words that day, 20 that day, 42 that day, and this is straight from the API, so always up to date. Unfortunately, the coloring's like not the best. Like it's hard to tell. That's highlighted. They did 2 code words that day, 5 code words today, or again, this is dating from Code Wars API. Better way to, or a way to use a mutable as a dependency and use effect. Better practice without using Redux. Yeah, so that's definitely a possible thing, Vultrix. So just scaffolding real quick. So if you had a use effect, thank you, Copilot, for not helping. And you had yourself the dependency array. Now, if it's a mutable, like say it's an object, const object equals ABCDEF, and the object itself is not mutating, or the object is not being refreshed, like it's not a used state, but ABC is changing, I think you can do object.abc, and it will listen that this value changes. And whenever the value in the mutable changes, your thing will change accordingly. It's not the most React way, but it does work. Like if you're looking for an array, you can say dot length for the addition / removal of elements. Mutating outside of the React component. Ooh. That's an interesting one. It's a good question. I mean, I think it's supposed to just be smart and remember it, right? I don't know. Oh, a map and a class. Yeah, okay. Usually, like I can kind of see what you're going for. It's a tough one to beat. So taking this logic and moving it into a state component, which is like, well, it's already in this random thing. What you do is maybe this third-party thing has an API, right, for like listening to events, like an on change or an on something. Whenever that event happens, you update your local state, which is a copy of its internal state, and then you can use that local state as a in the dependency array to keep React updated. Otherwise, it's janky, but a set interval that always updated your local state from whatever was internal to the thing would work. But jank beware, right? Yeah, those would be my two approaches. I'm trying to listen for the changes and then update a local state, or constantly updating the local state, I think. I mean, yeah, that's sometimes, I mean, like, I'm going to warn you, you might not find a smooth, perfect, and polished solution. Sometimes they don't exist when working with third-party things, and that's not your fault. That's just, like, sometimes two puzzle pieces don't fit together. You gotta duct tape them together and use it as so. There's not always a one-to-one perfect alignment. Just trying to think. Yeah, so this is working, I think. A, B, C, and D. Okay, lots of CDDs. Yeah, this is working. We have made it into its own input. We'll componentized it and use that here. Makes it look a lot more readable. Can go even further by one-lining all this fun stuff. Yeah, Vultrix, I mean, it's the price we pay for everything being up to date and handled, right? It's the price we pay. Yeah, so now this is working, but some people may be like, wow, this is a lot. This is a lot. I don't like all this. It's too much. You can go even further, and this is where you're getting into real, not code warsy, but real character picky territories, in which you say, generate input props for L mid name, for example. And what this is a cute little function that you will create that will return the appropriate value and on change. Now you can put this function wherever you want. I'll just put it up here. Const. Come on, Copilot. What I want to be const generate input props. Nope, that's not it. ID returns lovely object. Again, this is getting some really unique way of doing it, but you can if you want to. Hey, thanks for the follow there, Voltrix. Hope your day's been going well. Hopefully that helps you a little bit in your reactiveness. Now, the reason we made this a function is that we can use this ID on it accordingly. So now instead of calling this unique code every time, we can get rid of it. And instead, call this little function that generates those props and passes it to it for us. Now you're gonna notice that I did a object and then a spread. In JSX land, this is basically passing whatever this is as an object for each attribute. So it basically turns it value equals this state ID and onChange equals this little function. And we'll see this works. Right. Well, this would have worked. Oh, they're all element name. Make sure to update your IDs accordingly. But it does work, even as janky as that. You can see they're all pointing to the same state variable. So it did work. I just user error. And I've given them all unique ID, B, C, D. And there they all are. Again, you can go even further. Chuck the ID in there. By this point, you're just like getting real fancy. And yeah, that is. Yeah, it's about as far as we're going to take this example. We're actually going to step back a little bit because, as fun as that was, it's not the core of this particular challenge. So, much as fun as that little component is, we're going to go back because we wrote it classically, and now we want to write it functionally. And you know what? I'm going to go back forward now because this part might want to be seen functionally too. So, put that there. And then time travel with Control Z. Good old Control Z time traveling. I think that's it. Yep, there we go. And I'll drop that component. Yeah, we have this lovely app class. And now we're going to make this a functional component. So export default function app. Just like last time, I'm going to start with the view, being the JSX, and write almost all the same code. Ka-chow. There it is. That's basically our view. Doesn't change too much. Now we're going to update our states. We have lots of states here. We're going to do this in a functional way. Now we can create a new state object and just call it like this, in which we do const state set state equals initialize to this giant object. That's an easy way to convert your functional to, or your classes to functional. Not really the way that functional, like a giant state object, it's not optimal. The recommended way is to make a state variable for almost every individual piece of data, at least all pieces of data that kind of go together. So that would look like down here. Multi-cursor magic, I need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5. This, and then set this. Uppercase. Case upper equals, use state. They're all initialized to empty strings, so that saves me life there. And there we go. That is the functional way we usually do it. Because now each one is an individual piece of state. When one updates, they won't update the other ones in our way. Next thing to update, lots of options. I think the easiest one is going to be the yell text. Remove the this. Next one is handle click. Remove the this. We get to write our handle click. Thank you, Copilot. You're writing the code for us. Come on, Copilot. I want to do some speech synthesis. Copilot needs some extra lines, apparently, but it made it there. Again, you would use callback this. I'm only going to show that once and at the last one. So yeah, this is now working. Now, we need to update our lovely inputs. So we're going to start with the value, which we say this.state something. If you couldn't tell, it's basically getting rid of the this. Oh, I went too far. So it's only these four. We're getting rid of the this and the state prefix, because these are variables that we've all created. Boom, those are from our useState hooks. And these same steps for our onChange. So instead of saying this.setState, we're going to say, first we're going to deobjectize the value. So it was an object, now it's not an object. Then we're going to call the appropriate state setter functions, which are right up here. I'm going to just go multi-cursor yoink them. Like so. And that should be it. Nope. Use state is not defined. So you gotta make sure to import these things. If you're using something like Create React App or Vite, it will usually import these automatically. Again, I'm using Weird Babel, so it has to be that way. But now we can see ABCD. It works. So here's finally, here's the class way of doing it. Put all your state in the constructor. Manage your handle click with the bind, do your logic inside here, update your set state with the whatever it is you're updating object. All this same, you're calling set state, passing in the key of what you're updating, and the value you're reading this state, the key of what you're reading. Then in your functional, your set states are usually one for each piece of information. Your function just accesses these variables without the this keyword, calls the setter for whatever things you want to update. Finally, your inputs call these setters for whatever it is you want to update, being their controlled value. Then grabs the value from the state variable name. Yeah, as you can see, lots of similarities, especially in the view. It's the content that changes a little bit more. Hey, thanks for the follow there, Artipool. Hope your Tuesday's been going well. We're actually just about to take our break because we have, just get rid of that. Don't need that anymore. Finished reactifying our Angry Parent Simulator. Yeah, okay, with that, I do believe, let me go mark it off, to do. There it is. We'll take a break, and next time we'll come back to our background picker. Let's go ahead and get a preview of that, though. So I believe it's around background picker. Copy it here. So let's just get a quick little preview to see what it is we'll be updating after the break. What is this? Live server. Hey, look at this. So it is a. So this wasn't necessarily part of the what we're supposed to do. But this is my implementation of it. You have a YouTube chair. I changed the hue, and that's basically it. It just changes the hue of this thing. What's this? I'm trying to figure out how this works. There we go. Yeah. So yeah, it just changes the hue of this image to pick a color for your YouTuber chair, I guess. Got a little creative here, and we'll be reactifying this shortly, which is going to involve a set interval or a set timeout. Very fun, a little bit of new stuff there. So yeah, I will catch y'all on the other side. Be sure to check out InstincDev or Ship That Code if you haven't said hello to them. Fellow Hunter Devers also streaming. Melody is doing some React. Ship That Code is working on their 100 hours project, Tech Paths. Hey, thanks for that follow there, Miyazoy, Miyazal, Miyazali. Tough one there. I think I got the Mia part at least right. Hope your Tuesday has been going well. Come back just in time for our latest React-ification. Switch that screen. And there's nothing to look at. Oh, not 3 minutes. Okay, so what we are reactifying this time is our background picker. Now, some people did this a little differently. My approach was basically grab an image and hue shift it, and then animate the hue shifting with cute little knobs to customize this. So this is what we'll be reactifying. What is this? Well, this is a little bit of HTML. We have the lovely image. We have a input for amount, rate, and hue. Then we have the JavaScript, vanilla JavaScript, that grabs the inputs. When they change, it calls this little update interval thingy with the new value. And what this does is it clears an existing, sets some hue rotate inline CSS, which we're going to do in React, can be very fun. Then sets a new interval, which again, it's a thing we're going to do in React, going to be pretty fun. So, let's get started. As usual, I'm going to yoink our Babel standalone code to get React in the party. Goodbye button, we don't need you. Hello HTML, we do need you. We're going to make ourselves a new app component. Again, we're going to start classical. Split default class app spins React component. We want to return, since this is multiple HTML elements, little React fragment. Well, you have to spell things correctly. Unfortunately, you do have to spell things correctly. And you have to make sure to add your render method to your favorite Flash component. And React refers to a UMD global Y. What are you doing, VS Code? VS Code's thinking thoughts. No one told you to think, VS Code. There you go. VS Code is... Why is it doing this? Oh, so I wrote it as TSX, which is not JSX. It's the TypeScript version of JavaScript X. It makes things a lot more stricter, and it only works if you got TypeScript. So we've done this. We got some errors, though. First one is it says our image has no closing tag. Much like our input, it is a self-closing element, but if you don't add the / before the greater than, React is very angry about this. So add your /, and you get errors in the console. We'll also close Chrome. Okay, so lots of things here. It's saying our HTML4 needs to be a 4. You're doing a value. You're messing up with lots of values. Your image is totally messed up. Your style is totally messed up. You're right, whoa, dude. It knows when things are wrong. I mean, it was right. React wasn't a global or whatever, so it was smart. We just ain't ready for that. Yeah, so React tells me lots of bad things are wrong. If VS Code was up to snuff, it would tell me the same thing. We know it's HTML4. And here, this is the next thing it's saying, is you don't define style as a string anymore. You define it as an object, basically as JSS. This is what this is commonly called, which, if you couldn't figure it out, CSS, cascading style sheet, JSS, JavaScript, cascading style sheet. Basically, the JavaScript syntax for writing inline styles, or styles in general, is basically JSS, I think. With these changes, those should be all of our lovely errors squashed. And now this thing's angry because, so all these values in HTML, this is basically just what's in the box initially. But in React, it still wants to be all reactive. So the way we set a default value is with the default value attribute. They chose a pretty good name for it, if I do say so myself. And I typoed all of these HTML4s. Once more. And now this looks pretty good. We got some styling things going wrong. What's this image doing? Is it over there? So again, this is slight changes when you implement a React component. Since this is in a root, I bet my styles... Okay, again, this is a little CSS tomfoolery. Figures, play flex, hot garbage. Yeah, classic stuff. Okay, so it's just like a minute or two of CSS debugging as I figure this out. Figure, was it over there? But if you didn't do that... Oh, the root has some styles. Style CSS line 26. There you go, because I style all my divs with a grid, which is the root's a div. So what I need to style is a root, then div. Let this be a lesson when you should use as specific styles as you can. Because when you make changes and you have lots of generic styles, try to track them down. But here it is, our lovely form. It's amazing. It's not doing anything though. So it's time to put some logic in this code. So let's look at the logic. We have an interval. We have an onChange. We have an update interval. All of these are based on the values of the inputs. So you can say that we kind of need the value of each input to do any of this. This is a perfect example for it being a controlled component. So which means we will need to check the state of each input. So we're going to do some constructy stuff. Again, classical component first. Ooh, look at that. Copilot knows what I want. Even fills in the default values. GR8. Now we can say value equals this dot state dot, well, they're all technically different, so one's amount, one is rate, and one is hue. And finally, we need the on changes, so our state gets updated when the user changes these. So on change equals event. You see a pattern here, folks. This dot set state, the key name, to event.currentTarget.value. I think that's right. Yeah, it's a pretty good first example, yeah. That's why I was like, ooh, it's a different cool way of expanding this to, you know, basically add a bunch of sliders for all your props. It's a good way of moving data around without having to, like, go into backend and all that stuff. There we go, and they're all working. I haven't really been showing this off lately, but this is all visible via the React Dev tools. If you decide to install it, you can see as I move the bar, the state here changes. Again, this is more useful when you have a lot of state or a lot of components, but I figured I'd show this off now at least. You can see they are all strings though, so that's a fun fact we may wish to avoid, because in my other code, I parse these as numbers. So what we want to do is we want to convert these strings to numbers. There's like 5 different ways to do this in JavaScript. You can hit them with the parseInt method. You can hit them with the number constructor. Or, if you don't mess up your cursors, you can just hit them with the unary plus operator. Ciao, just like that. And now if we take a good look at our new component state, they are numbers, and they stay numbers. Beautiful. Now there is something that we would like to do here, and this is basically whenever state changes, we also want to update an interval. Now it's been a while since I did this in component land or class land. But this is the code we want to run, right? We want to run this lovely code here. Hold on, I'm trying to figure this out. Component did update. I'm trying to think of this. Component did mount. Yeah, component did update. I think that's what we want. So it's a different way of doing it. I'll show the non-way of this later. But basically, whenever our component updates, I think we get stuff, don't we? Yeah, forgive the goldfish. It has been literally years since I've written a class component that did any of this. Because now I use hooks. I'm trying to think if we get any values. There we go, right. So we get 0, we get props, and state. Is that latest state? Oh, ship that code. Thanks for the raid. Well, I hope your day's been going well. How is your tech paths journey going? I've been here. It's been going well. Yeah, doing some modals and stuff. Yeah, appreciate it. Hey, Grat Kane, Xenobot. Yeah. We're over here just reactifying a bunch of front-end projects. Ooh, URL validation. That can be a little fun, a little tricky. Trying to validate user URLs, like they input a URL, or just some routing tomfoolery. That's all good. I mean, I think for your project, you are most definitely far and beyond MVP. So yeah, I don't think you have much to worry about. Hey, thanks for the follow there. Coding with Luke. Get you coming on by. Get that code. But yeah, we're over here. So we are do this. We're converting a lot of our front end previous code to React. I don't think we're gonna get through it all. But we've got Class Weekend Boring and Angry Parent Simulator. We're working on my background picker, which is not changing the colors. Hey. Yes, drunk uncle grandma. What? Sorry, your name was pretty good there. I will be adding all of them to YouTube. I have broken my lazy streak. I actually have some of them on YouTube. I don't have any of those links though, so y'all gonna be the first ones to see it, because someone else was following along with a previous one, and they messaged me. It's like, hey, I was following along, and then Twitch removed it. And I was like, oh my goodness, my laziness has caught up to me. There's a playlist here. Copy link at the rest, so they'll all eventually be there. Currently, just the binary upload boom ones, but yeah, this one will be on there. I'll try to get it before Twitch takes it down, though, because this is a, I think this is an interesting one for sure. But yeah, we've gotten through 2 of them, because I had some personal matters I had to step off to, so I'm not going to say it, but it feels like a part 2 stream I'll be doing tomorrow, honestly. Yeah, eventually we'll get to them all. Currently, we're making these bars do cool stuff. Right now, they don't do anything. So I'm trying to remember, because I'm also doing this in both classical and functional, so we can all see the difference. I'm trying to remember how to write a class component. So I haven't done this in a literal year. A Commando 90, appreciate the follow. Your Tuesday's going well. Component did update. Previous pops, previous state, snapshot. What the heck is that? Update, blah, 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 blah. I'm just trying to look like I don't remember any of these. Should component get... Yeah, I think this is what I want. So yeah, basically, whenever the state updates, I need to reset all these lovely things. Props. Is this previous state or new state? Previous state. So I literally don't care about the arguments. And this is our first React in which we're going to have a interval set. So this interval equals the number 0, because we love the number 0. And we're going to start off by clearing the interval, then resetting the interval. Now you may be asking, oh, well, it's data. Put it in state. Not everything needs to go in state. Some things just, it's data, but you don't want to update the view when it changes. So in this case, if you're already into React hooks, this will be basically a reference. But with class components, you have access to this, which in hooks you do not. So we can kind of just attach arbitrary data to the instance. It doesn't hurt at all. And we do need to get these things from the try to figure out who wrote this code. This is good practice on all converting. Sometimes you gotta sit and stare to see what was past me thinking. Okay, so I see what's going on here. We need another state variable. So the state is going to be for degrees, and it will initialize to 0. This is how many degrees our hue rotated. Hey, Aaron, how's it going? Hope your Tuesday's going well. Those don't know, Aaron, the Go.dever, out there making the best of petable bears. Check them out if you're any interested in game dev of Go. Or petable bears. Both are equivalent. Or if you get some spare bones, they're collecting the bones. We're over here just converting a bunch of front-end projects to React, Aaron. So taking old code, reading it, and writing it in new code. Classic. So I think what I want to do here is, as my degrees is changing, I'm going to say this dot set state, which is new degrees, being the old. So we're setting one state to the other state. Yeah, getting real fancy up here. I'm going to leave this code right there for later, because later needs it. Yeah, Aaron, conversion's always fun, because 100 devs have basically, we're a week into React, so I'd figure, hey, everyone's probably curious what the old code we've written would look like if you did it in React, so that's what we are doing. What's this variable doing? This is our rate thing. So this is basically checking if you didn't set a rate, then you're not going to set an interval. So if no, this state rate, go away. Otherwise, here comes our interval to calculate our next degree, which is, I did some janky CSS parsing. I don't need to do that anymore. Is this state degrees plus the amount. And then next degree is literally next degree. So again, I'm doing some janky inline CSS that I don't need to do anymore. Degrees is next degree, which was old degree plus amount. Now where did amount come from? Amount came from the state, this state dot amount. And also our hue input value also gets set to the next degree. So const mix of the variable for our new degree value. So we can also set hue to it accordingly. And finally, the interval, the actual millisecond interval rate is this state rate. So that was a lot of converting there, and we're still not done. We gotta do some inline styles. Absolute curse stuff. So this image is what gets the inline styles. Right now we got 0 degrees. That ain't right. This needs to be dynamic. It's using a little template literal. We're gonna say the actual rotation of degrees is this dot state dot degrees. I totally knew that, and I wasn't using the VS Code to figure it out. This might work. I might also need to pass state a function that receives the new values. We'll find out. Awesome. It's not, well, that's on update, so explosions of fire. Maximum update depth, set state inside a component did update for explosions. show. Again, I have not done this in years. Let's figure out what I did wrong here. So it's either the fact that I need to receive the old state fresh again to make these changes, or I totally goofed this up. We'll find out. Yeah, this is a bit of the experimenting to figure out where did I go wrong. So, not much knowledge. Little section here till I figure this out. Component did unmount. Also need that. Component will unmount. What am I? Will unmount. I thought it's did unmount. Nope, it's will unmount. Okay, I am wrong. So when it will unmount, we clear our lovely interval. And also, when you do mount, did mount, you also want to do basically this logic here. Which means this logic is put in a cute little function called update interval. Ta-da! Which we can call from here and here. Absolutely loving that. Not too confident this fixes my problem though. Repeatedly call set state inside of this thing. So I call it once. Oh yeah, because it changes every time. So I'm basically setting, hey, degrees become hue, and then it updates. I'm saying degrees become hue, degrees become hue. So this is basically looping. The solution here is probably not to use this method, but we're not going to do that. If this state degrees is not hue, then we do the set state. Otherwise, we live our lives. And there we go. It is updating the hue and all that fun stuff. I think I forgot the, what's it? Modulo 360, because we do want it to be wrapping around to 0 once we pass 360, so our cute bar can jump back. Here it comes. Here it comes. There it went. Hey. We decrease the amount. Decrease the rate. It goes faster. Lots of React updates. And there it is. Again, not the best or polished way of doing it. We are kind of using the internal lifecycle methods to make our changes. But the important part is that you can do stuff in set interval as long as you store the interval and clear it when you unmount. In a class component, this is a perfectly valid place to store all your random associated data that you don't want React to update the view when it changes. Again, lots of polish here. We already did that 2 components ago. And again, like we did the previous example, we could have made a onChange function for all 3 of these that, in addition to setting state, made these interval changes, but we don't really get to use these too often, so I figured I'd show them off. Now it's time to go functional. So there's our app class. Here comes our... Oh, wow. React's like, you want to memorize that? I'm like, sorry, I do not want to memorize that. Function app. Again, 0 prompts. We're going to do what we have done every time. Start with the view. It's basically starting with the JSX. Yoink. And there we go. Next, we're going to go to the data. As you can see, very similar to MVC. You start on one of the ends. You start with the data, or you start with the view. And then you, from those 2 points, you meet your way into the middle, filling out what would be the controller. In this case, it's kind of just a logic. You link our states over. See if I can tell Copilot to do something. Each. Come on. Sometimes Copilot, you can talk to Copilot sometimes, and when you can, it's pretty cool. Okay, now for interval, this is the fun thing. We're saying this dot interval and moving on for our day. But we don't have a this. We probably do, but we don't use it in functional components. So what we do use is a ref. Use ref. Now I did mention it before, but now that we're actually using it, the difference between a ref and a state is that a ref still holds data like a state, but React only updates your component when two things happen. State changes and props change. If a ref changes, React is not going to re-render your component. So you want to put inside refs things that basically you want to remember, like variables and data, but if they change, you do not want React to update. So in this case, we're putting our timeout inside the ref, initializing it to 0. You're going to notice it looks a little different. You're like, oh, where's my set timeout? Well, that would be a horrible name. But like, you're not destructuring it because the way it works is that you don't need a setter function. Because remember, half the point of the setter function, aside from updating the state, is to tell React, hey, the state updated. And the point of telling React, hey, the state updated, was so React could re-render the view and such. But if refs don't re-render the view, then we don't really need to tell React that we updated them, because React's not going to do anything with that information. So it's just kind of like a variable. It's a little different, but we'll get there in a moment. As with all hooks, we need to import them. Use state here, use ref there, and the spookiest one of all, the most commonly used, at least commonly understood, use effect. Dun dun dun. So we've already used state, we've already used ref. We're not going to use effect just yet. We're going to finish out our state and ref usages. So let me turn on some wrapping because this is kind of long. So instead of this state degrees, we just say degrees. Instead of this state amount, we just say amount. This state rate, just say rate. This state hue, just say hue. AC Films, how's it going? We're over here reactifying all of our, I don't think we're going to get through all of them, but we're reactifying a lot of our front-end code from our devs projects. Hope your Tuesday is going well. Excited for class today, learning some more React. Did I get them all? I did. There we go. So now all of our this.setState calls get changed. Amount, rate, hue, and degrees. Amount, rate, hue, and degrees. I don't need that fourth one. I was like, wait a minute. One of these don't match. It depends on the scale of the project, honestly, C-Films. I mean, I'm a little biased because I like React, so my answer is going to be yes, because I like React. But I believe you can write any project in any language. It doesn't impact maintainability as far as the actual quality in which you write it. So, like, I think you can write anything to be maintainable. It's just actually writing it that way. I do think React is pretty good for maintainability since you can perform a lot of separation of concerns, those concerns being mainly data related, like what needs what data, and keeping all the things updated. React does that for you. How GC Films? That's a big question, but the pros of it is that it scales very well. Like, the more client-side JavaScript you have, the better it's kind of easier to manage it all. Like, if you have 1,000 components in vanilla JavaScript, good freaking luck. But if you got 1,000 in React, there's still a lot of them, but it scales a lot better. You can be basically assured that any changes you make will be reflected everywhere that it needs to be reflected. You don't need to think about, oh, did I update the inner HTML of this thing to match this data? It just works. Like, it's reactive. That's the whole point of it. The con is that it's another dependency. Obviously, it does maybe like increase the complexity of your build system, I suppose. I suppose that's it. Hey, Sekumeku, which VS Code extension where the closing tags also add text? Ah, you're referring to this, I assume. These little gray ones? So the extension for that is... Oh my goodness. Is it called Breadcrumb? No, oh my goodness. You're not the first person to ask this. Bracket lens, that's one of them. Bracket lens is... So bracket lens actually appears to be the one in this question. Hey, whoa, dude. There you go. Yeah, bracket lenses, I believe, is the extension doing this. There's another one I have, though, that does the same thing, but bracket lens is doing most of the work. Bracket. Hold on. Bracket. I have to spell the word. There you go. And no C films. I don't think I could write a relational database. Well, I mean, as long as it's Turing complete or whatever the minimum standard is, I suppose you could, but it's all possible. Ah, well, see, Seku, I don't know if you're basically, so here in 100 Devs, if you haven't heard of 100 Devs, it's essentially a agency with a free training program. We've done a lot of front-end code, but we've done it all in vanilla JavaScript, and we're learning React like this weekish. So I'm going through all of these and converting them all to React. And while we are learning both functional and class components do exist in legacy code. Unfortunately, they're not going away. So I'm writing all of these in class and functional components. The future is functional components, though, so you shouldn't be writing new code in classes. I am, just so people can basically play a game of spot the difference and see like what's changing. What have I done? Oh my goodness, I've broken. Thank you for referencing that. I kind of accidentally wrote functional code in the class. Oh no. Oh, of course. Oh, I appreciate that. Yeah, I mean, if you want, my goldfish memory is ruining me. But yeah, like there's actual 100 devs if you... Where'd it go? What's the bot doing? Or did I change it? Okay, the bot's dead, but 100 devs is the it's free, completely free to join. It's got a Discord and it has all the VODs in the beginning there if you want to go check them out. Eh. Would React help the stats project? Actually, I would say it would a little bit, see films, because you're dealing with a lot with synchronizing state and interacting with user events, so I'd say so. And hey, Interplanet, evening. Hope your day is going well. And yeah, I haven't taught React from the beginning. We're just doing the conversion. So if you're curious to see that, that's good. Otherwise, 100 devs, got the VODs there. Leon has went through React. Also, if you want someone to go through the actual docs and a tutorial with, Mindwolf, another 100 devs streamer. That's their latest VOD where they did the travesty media tutorial, which is to do tracker and React. They also went through the docs, their last two VODs, so they're long, but they are very in-depth. Hey, glad to hear Interplanet. Excited for class, hopefully. No, I am. Paste? Nope, that's not the paste. This the paste. There's the paste. There we go. Figured out how the clipboard worked. There we go. Let's get rid of all that. And all that. Since I was writing hooks in my function in my class component. I mean, it's identifying repeated code, basically, like identifying wet code, and then ripping, not ripping it out, but figuring out what part is repeating and what part is not. The part that's not repeating becomes function parameters and arguments. Oh, hey, OGS Signs, Vue.js work. Wow. Appreciate you coming by, offering that. I'm sure there are a whole bunch of folks looking. I mean, I think someone just said Vue was better than React, so whoa, dude, yeah, maybe an opportunity there. Yeah, I mean, at least I believe the majority of us are MERN stack, but we have a wide diversity of technologies, and honestly, once you learn one of these front-end frameworks, the rest are kind of just syntax. Okay, so look at this code. What's going on here? That's a good question, C-Films. It's hard to tell, I suppose. It's more of a feeling of like what doesn't need to be a parameter. Um, I'd say it's better to be using too many than too few, though. So I'd rather use too many parameters than too few. Okay, I think this part is actually functionally, as a view at least. Yeah, like what dude said, you know when you see it. It's kind of one of those things where you have to write it in a bad way, and then after enough times of being like, man, this is too many too many parameters, you'll realize that next time you go to write it, oh, I got that memory. The memory's teaching me I put too many in here. Okay, here comes the dreaded use effect. Nobody hide. It's not that bad. Everyone hang in there. It's not gonna be that bad. So the use effect is basically doing what our component did update or our component will mount did. It's running every time something happens. Now, the definition of something is kind of interpretive. In this case, it was written on the box. When the component updates, we update the interval. When the component mounts, we update the interval. The use effect and dependencies arrays in general have squashed these into the same thing. So when I say use effect with an empty dependency array, or anything with an empty dependency array, it says, whatever this is, do it every time this changes. Since it's empty, do it once. Do it when you mount. This is basically going to say, when this component first mounts, run this code. That's it. But we want to run this code whenever anything changes. So we want to run this code if the amount changes, if the rate, okay, Copilot, you just spoiled it. If any of these things change, we want to run this code. So this is additionally, so it's going to run on first mount no matter what. And in addition, if any of these change, so it's basically an or, so if amount changes or rate changes or hue changes, run this awesome code. Now, one thing we're missing here is cleanup. We don't need a timeout ref. Whatever I said about that, ignore it. So first we're just going to mess with all of our state. So this dot state, goodbye. And this dot interval also goes goodbye, because we put it in a variable. Now, use effect is a little bit special because it runs this function every time your those things change and on mount. In addition, it runs another function before running the next one, a cleanup function. So if you had to imagine it, we have our function call, which returns a little cleanup function. And then the next time we run the cleanup function, then we run the function again, and we get a new cleanup function that React stores for us. And then finally, once this component is unmounted, like you close it or whatever, it runs the last cleanup function and everything is done. So it's in this order. You run your effect, then you save your cleanup. Then the next time the effect runs, you run the last cleanup, and then this function, save the cleanup. When you unmount, you run the last cleanup, and you don't rerun the effect. It's basically, if you just want to think about it, You can think about it as your component will unmount, but extended to cleaning up the last use effect that ran. Not all use effects need a cleanup function. If you're just updating things, then you don't need to clean anything up. But in this case, we are cleaning up the interval. So we create an interval, and then once we want to clear the interval, we return a function that it will call next time with clearing that interval. Basically, the unmount code. I do think we need to update this. Wait, what's this code doing? Let me pick up on this goldfish memory here. Yeah, so we are updating the degrees and the hue. So this is set degrees. Hold on, let me figure out this out. So we're setting degrees to old degrees plus amount. Right, which isn't changing. And we're returning the new degrees. We are setting, also setting a hue. Set hue to the new degrees. That seems right. We'll find out real soon, though. I think we'll find out right now. Great sadness. This 4 is undefined. So I did this somewhere. So again, just to point it out, you do not have access to this in a functional component. So you can't do that. Did not convert all of the things. Hey, look at that. The colors do be changing, and if we zoom up the rate, turn down the amount, turn up the rate. Hold on, I forgot how this thing even works. What's going on here? Okay, it works when you move the styles around. Is it working? This is a good point to use our component inspector, the dev tools. They've named it greatly. They do give you numbers. Sometimes they don't always figure out the names. There's a setting here that tells it to figure it out, but since I'm using Babel standalone, it's dumb. It don't know what the numbers are. So this is how it's actually internally represented. It doesn't see the names, it only sees the order of them. So 64, 60, and then these two numbers are the same. Hue and degrees. So somewhere I'm setting hue to degrees. Saying degrees to old degrees plus. Yeah, that's right. Is the amount doing anything? Yeah, the amount is working. So we're not doing the modulo 360 because I got rid of my parentheses. Remember your order of operations, folks. The modulo takes high priority. There we go, and now the hue thing will roll over accordingly. Boop, there it went. Now if we chomp down the rate, goes faster. The amount goes smoother. And yeah, that is the functional way to do this. I can clean up a few parentheses. Yeah, so this is about the craziest thing you'll probably ever really need to work with: the use effect hook and dependencies arrays. When you get into really big things, which are out of beginner level, you'll be doing with context, redux, all those fancy state things. But as far as beginners, this is the most complicated thing we'll be working with. And yeah, just a quick looky-loo back at it. This thing's basically the same, just using lots of this calls, and I have to do a clear at the beginning of the function. And then I use the lifecycle hooks to call this method. I can save the interval on this thing. Yeah, we've already seen values and on changes. In here, we got the magical use effect. If there's no change, if there's change here, we update the degrees. I think actually this might be able to be directly set because there we go. So this isn't complaining because the set degrees, since it is setting a number to a number, for example, if the state has a value of 1 and you try to set state it to 1, since these are equal and they are super equal, as in their type's the same and all that stuff, React will just ignore that set state. Wow, Copilot, what are you writing? Thank you, Copilot. I appreciate that, but we don't need it. Again, it is nice to be a little explicit though, so people know what's going on. And yeah, every rate we are updating the degrees to grab the old degrees. This is important. We need the old degrees to calculate the new degrees, which we then need to update the hue for. Again, lots of improvements that can be made here. Now that I'm writing this 3 times, hue and degrees probably can be the exact same thing or something, but this ain't fixing components, this is just converting code, no matter how bad it do be. So there is our background picker. With that, we will be taking our break, and next we will do the Bachelor code, which, let's go ahead and get ourselves a preview. Okay, let me go and find out where that code do be living. Where is Bachelor? Bachelor's in the 13. 13. Bachelor code. Again, I don't really remember all of these, so figure this out together. Oh, it's 1, 2, and 3. Hopefully this won't be... Oh, I think, yeah, when you click one of them, something disappears. The next Bachelorette should have been... I actually don't think we need to do this one. Okay, yeah, there is some bit we can do there. What's this one? Who has the final rows? Rows. Yeah, you just look at the goldfish memory here, folks. Don't worry about that. We will reactify whatever that is when we come back from break. We'll catch y'all on the other side. Just stretch, hydrate, and relax. Relax if you can. Feel free to make your way on back, folks. Our break is coming to an end. There we go. So, on me for not realizing Bachelor code was technically 3 mini ones, but we will get through it. So, starting with number 1, final rows. Basically, apparently I don't have my code in here, but when you click on a button, where's the button? When you click on the text final rows, it should hide the two that we don't like. I think we don't like Claire and Charlene. I don't remember. We're just gonna hide 2 of them. Then the other one will be visible. So as always, gonna be baddies writing bad code. Our little snippet here, since we're doing one component. Goodbye button. Hello HTML. Yoink yoink. Make ourselves an app. JSX. Export default function. Export default. Come on. I know how to spell default. There you go. Thank you, Copilot. It's a lovely beginner place to start by returning this HTML. And seeing as we have multiple elements, gotta put them in a React fragment. And then our images need their closing slashes for React to be happy. And React is happy, as you see the auto formatting has lined them all up. And finally, onto the actual JavaScript. So let's, not do that. Yoink. Yoink. We do need to be, gotta turn on live so we actually see our lovely code. Time to write our lovely code, so we'll put this in comments for now. There's comments in the comments. Delete, there we go. So basically, we need to add a click event listener to final rows. On click equals this handle click. Since we're now using our this handle click, we need to write a handle click. Since we're using a method on ourself, I'll actually show the arrow function-y public method way, which looks like it's an arrow function, and it is, but not in the way that arrow functions lose state. It's a function declared in a way that you don't have to call .bind this. I appreciate that, Rasik. Yeah, of course, of course. I mean, the VOD will always be up, and I'll slowly get the other ones up, so no need to sacrifice sleep. Ooh, chess drama. Always sounds pretty good there. So this is running the bad code. We don't want the bad code. We want the good code, which is to hide the 2 people we don't care about. I guess we don't... Well, it's in my HTML. So I guess we don't care about Claire and Nikki. So what we're gonna do is conditionally hide these accordingly. So I guess this is gonna be a hidden thing, or a displays thing, right? There are 15 different ways to do this. Style equals displays. No, I could do, yeah, display equals this state dot this dot state, and then my ID, which is Claire for that one, and Nikki for that one. Again, I'm trying to keep it as close to the original as possible. So we're going to inline style them to be whatever their display is, which means we need some state. I think since we can do it this way, it's another way of syntactically doing it. Say Claire, Nikki, and well, want them all to initially be block. It's only on the clicking that we want to hide. I don't know which one we want to hide. Claire and Nikki, according to Copilot. Don't like it? Copilot suggested it. Which means Charlene will still be visible on the click. Well, let's see if I first typed this. Okay, so main.js is doing a thing. You can get rid of that. Goodbye, main.js. App.jsx is our friend now. Okay, now we get some style and stuff. So let's just make a little tweak to that. No, we don't. Oh, I'm changing it to block. It should be, what's the initial value? I think it's initial. Or is it inline? There it is. As you can see, it's here. And as we click it, 2 will disappear. And 1 will stay. No, they all disappeared. Okay. Because Charlene was not listening to Charlene's state. Charlene was listening to Nikki's state. So, ta-da! Charlene being the only one remaining. Again, move a little faster through this one because it's nothing new in this particular example. We're using a display here to grab their current display, kind of like an input. And then when we handle the click, we set them to Nunzo. Classic Charlene, yeah. Now, if you wanted, we could have done some toggling. I'm trying to see what the original code do. It did not do toggling, so it just set it and forget it. Now notice we didn't have to do the binding because we set handle click to a public method with the arrow function looking syntax. I think this is the more recommended way of doing it because it's easier, and then you can set state as a public value like so. I also do not understand the joke, Rasik, as I am not a bachelor, or bachelor. Yeah, it's Bachelor. I'm not a Bachelor watcher, so I don't even know if that was the one we're supposed to be showing. So, yeah, you are right, Ray Goog, but I'm with 100 Devs, a agency with a free training program, and I'm actually going through, like, we're learning React this week, and I'm going through all the front-end code we've written, and I am rewriting it in React, and I'm showing both the class and, I'll show a previous example, the functional state. So I'm writing it in with classes to show how they worked, because they still do exist in the world, and if you're going to any job, they're still might have some class code, and then I'd rewrite it in functional so people can draw similarities. Because at least from my experience, when learning React, it's easier to learn classes because of the lifecycle methods and no magical dependency arrays. But then once you learn classes, it's easier to learn hooks. At least how I feel about it. Yeah, that's the plan, very good. So I think that is, I'm trying to think of thoughts. Yeah, that's working. Yeah, and actually the next step was to, I believe, convert this to functional. So app class lives there and make the functional variant of this code. So we have 3 state variables. These are all for the displays of the images in question. So I'm just gonna see if Copilot can write it for me. Thank you, Copilot. I love you. Well, it's doing. So you don't have to always import the useState hook explicitly. You can keep it on the React global. Different way of doing it. You don't see that in the wild though, so I'm gonna change it to be normal. Const use. Again, I have to do this because I'm using Babel standalone, the baddest of bad ways to ship your React code. Oh, I appreciate that, Rasik. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely mostly been as a hobby. So, like, I knew a little bit before 100 devs, to be honest, so I didn't start learning technology in January. But yeah, it's mainly like I want to do something, I need to figure out what I need to do it, and then I learn that technology or whatever, that library or whatever that is. So it started off in like Blender as a 3D modeling program with a built-in game engine. RIP to it. It's not built in anymore. In order to make the cool games, you need to know Python. So I learned Python. Then I thought I need to know PHP in my websites. I learned PHP. I need to know JavaScript to make better websites. I learned JavaScript. So it's more of a I need something, I learn it. Now you see this with this component, I started from the data this time. So as long as you can see you can start from the data or you can start from the view. As long as you start from somewhere that's not the logic, it will usually be in good hands. This is all looking good. We're now missing a on click, which is a handle click. But since I've written it in that public method way, you can literally just paste it in there. Now you can't say this set state. We got to break this into two individual set states. Yes, thank you, Copilot. You're a little slow there. Copilot. Copilot. You're gonna make me write my own code? No, I have to write my own code. That Claire, none. That Nikki, none. Whew, that was a lot of work. Interesting. Have I tried Python within Blender? Yeah, that's actually what I was referring to as one of my first technology, like things exposed to technology. It was Blender 2. Was it 5 or 4 or something? So it's changed a lot, I imagine, but it was mainly for the games. But yeah, it's cool. Some freelancing with it. On the NFT wave, yeah, I can see that. Procedurally or randomly generating assets or generating NFTs using 3D assets. Yeah, it's cool stuff. It was for me. It was mainly like the boring classic games like Pong and stuff. Nothing too fancy. And boom, functionality is identical. So again, these were actually pretty smaller ones. They almost fit on an entire scroll page. There we go. Hit Zen mode. Now they fit on an entire page. 3 pieces of state. Update 2 pieces on the click. Add the click to the H1. Display the style of each thing to the recording state. Same logic here. 3 pieces of state. Update 2 pieces of them on the click. Attach the click function to the on click of the H1. Set the display of each person to the corresponding state. Now this one is definitely much easier to do a one-to-one comparison on. That is Bachelor 1. Check mark that. Bachelor 2. Again, I'm just going to go straight to my snippet. Let's see what this code is. The next bachelorette should have been people. I remember this. And when you click one of them, it'll show just their picture. This is going to be a little like the last one. Just a dash of extra JavaScript. Goodbye, button JSX. You don't exist. App.jsx. Oh, I'm going to start functional first. No, that's not it. I'm going to start a classical first. My bad. Go, render, return. I know this has multiple children, so let's create that fragment. And as you can see, our images are not closing, so it's angry at us. Add our closing slashes. And it's happy with us. There we go. Oh, wow. Yeah, that's definitely a good one. Rebuilding the deck of cards API for Express. Yeah, I mean, I don't think we're going to get there today because I, again, underestimated my time. But at least tomorrow, we're going to be messing around with the React version to use the deck of cards API. I think that's the one I'm thinking of. It's the one that we went over and 100 devs that like allows you to randomly pull, shuffle, and manage a deck of cards. Yeah, okay, this is exactly the one. That's actually pretty good, yeah. Actually, that definitely, I mean, I'd say that could live in your portfolio for sure, yeah, because it's got a fair amount of complexity on this. Even if you haven't implemented all of this complexity, it's definitely a pretty good API project. So we have our lovely HTML, best HTML in the world. Handle click, as you can see, we're going to do the same thing, but we're going to receive an event. Oh yeah, going crazy. So we're going to use the same event listener on all three of these H2s. On click equals this dot handle click. So when we do this click, what are we going to do? We're going to make the one that we clicked not hidden and then hide the other two. And how are we going to keep track of that? With state, of course. Now, there are lots of different ways to do this. Now, we've been using state as objects thus far. State doesn't have to be an object. Fun fact. It can be anything. Alright, I think it can be anything in classes. We're about to find out. We're going to make state an array of hidden ones. So the state is an array of all the IDs that should be hidden. Nice, Rasik. Yeah, I mean that's kind of the bulk of it, you know? I mean piles, again, that's extended on top of it, but for sure. Oh, in a few hours. Nice. I mean, you're definitely getting that spaced repetition in for sure. I need to grab this string here. So this will be if state dot includes whoever I am in hidden or my class is empty. And we can do a conditional thing, but we're not going to do that till we get there. So now how are we going to figure it? Thank you, Copilot. You spoiled my explanation. So what we're going to do is we're going to set state. So first we're going to get the ID of the currently clicked thing and get the name half of it, which is the text to the left of the split. So when we split it on next, we get the text to the left of it by indexing by 0. Then we set the state to... That's not what I want. We want, oh goodness, what's the way of doing this? JS class variable. Yeah, I don't use classes that often, folks. Class variable, I think. Oh, that's how you do it? That seems wrong. Static? Oh, I thought... Okay, yeah, my brain's slowing on me. Name. So we're just going to create a nice lovely variable of all the names. We're not going to attach it to the class because I'm batty. And our visible state will be the names filtered to get rid of the ones that are not to the one we're clicking. Which means, yeah, they're all hidden. And then once you click one, the other ones are only the ones hidden. The one you clicked is not hidden. So again, state doesn't have to be an object. Make it whatever you want. You just have to work with it accordingly. Then we get to number 2. So we've done with that one. And it's broken. Invalid property class needs to be clash name. Again, React, very cool. It tells you when you forget stuff. Well, okay, I lied. Apparently you do have to have it as an object in class land. So, yep, RIP to that theory. Thankfully, you can just wrap whatever it is in a object like so. Where'd you put my symbols? Where are my symbols going? There we go. This state hidden includes Claire, Andy, and Charlene. Now we're not seeing the images. because they're all hidden. When I click Charlene, there's Charlene. Claire, there's Claire. Andy, there's Andy. As you can see, it is working. If you want to peek behind the hood, got a lovely state where we can see, initially at least, all three are hidden. When I click Andy, Andy is no longer hidden. Claire is no longer hidden. Charlene is no longer hidden. I'm trying to think of a React. I know the hook way of doing it. React class. Gotta be a way to get initial state for as a variable. It's all this state. Okay, yeah, so I think that's the best way to do it. Don't need to get too fancy. Okay, that is the class-based way of doing it. Time to go functional. Now, I'm gonna do something crazy. Above as I want to see if Copilot can do this for me. Ooh, it's doing lots of thinking. Oh, look at that! It did it. I'm sorry. It's not a cheat. It's just using the tools, but it did rewrite the above app class as an app React functional component. Again, it's using the React global. I will go ahead and extract my use state, hook accordingly. But yeah, let's see if it did it well. It actually did it well. Good job, Copilot. Made your money's worth. So we are starting off with a hidden variable, which is an array of strings. So no more object. Yay! Handle click takes our clicked thing from the event, grabs our names globally, and it filters out the ones that is not the. It's the exact same code. It's a bit of cheating. Yeah, Razak, it's a little cheating, but the goal is to convert the code to React. It's not to convert it twice. Like, my goal is to convert it to React and then to show you the alternatives. So technically, I already converted it to React. I don't need to retype it. I ain't here for no spaced repetition. Just to spot the difference game, basically. Yeah. Instead of this handle click, we use handle click. Instead of hidden, this dot state dot hidden is just hidden. Again, like they're so similar. Like if Copilot was able to figure this out because it's so similar, then I didn't really need to do the extra typing, which honestly would have been just copying and pasting a few times. So I'm good with it. I paid for Copilot, I might as well use it. Why not? Yeah, well, dude, if you ain't cheating, you ain't trying. So like clicky, clicky, clicky. All three are working. So yeah, final review. With this one, we kept a state, which is an array of hidden names. Whenever they clicked the H2, we grabbed the name of the thing they clicked by splitting out the ID. Then we set the hidden array to the names, all the names, minus the one that was clicked. So we don't hide the one that was clicked. And our class name is a conditional to conditionally have a hidden class name if they are in the hidden array. Otherwise, we have an empty class name. Now, I did say I'd show you the other conditional way of doing this. That's basically, it's like, allow me to show you what the class name looks like. It's here. So you see, we have a class of empty string. Maybe you don't want a class of empty string. Yeah, the chat overlay is, that's mine. So, I mean, I'll go ahead and pull the curtain back for a brief moment. That's you. You are a span, and you're another span. You're a div. Hey, look at all this. It's all HTML. It is actually in React, so surprise. Not Electron, so it's basically just a what is it? It's a Create React app, or I think it's a Next.js thing, which is just a front end like piece of like just a website, honestly, and my OBS is capturing my browser open to that website, which has a video recording my screen. But it would be cool as an Electron app. Don't think I'd need it as well. Wouldn't really gain anything from it. But yeah, so we have this empty class. But if you don't want that empty class, well, the alternative is to use a conditional attribute, which I think, I mean, there are probably better ways to do this, but the way I like doing this is spreading an object, and this object being conditional. So we're going to say, here's our condition, if it is hidden, and we create a class name that has hidden. If they are not hidden, we create an empty object, like so. Again, it's a little janky, but basically if it's hidden, then we return an object with a class name of hidden. Otherwise, it's an empty object. Now, whatever is returned gets added to the image as properties. Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm using. Whoa, dude, it's a browser source, I think. Oh, no, it's not a browser source. I'm literally recording my browser, but yeah, I mean, with a browser source, I can't, like, inspect it, hit F12, and do stuff like that on it. But yeah, I suppose a browser source is a bit more better way to do it. Just no real reason. Like, there's nothing I would gain from going browser source. I do have some browser sources, like the emote wall and Streamlabs, but this it works, so I don't need to change it if it works. Yeah, I mean, lots of overlays like finite singularity, and other people have crazy amounts of overlays, do all this crazy cool stuff. I wasn't about to learn that. I already knew React, so I just did it in React. But yeah, clicking these now, we can see that instead of having a class of empty string, we don't have a class at all. Which, again, maybe that's what you want. That's the way you do it. Yeah, Coding Guard. No, they got some crazy ones there. I mean, they re-implemented the drop game, the chat, all those marquees and stuff. Really crazy stuff there. And with that, we have our class and functional approaches in addition to showing how to add and use a optional attribute entirely. So that's Bachelor 2. For Bachelor 3. Again, baddie writing bad code. Let's grab our gist. Go on over here. Paste it in. Get our button. And yoink our header and section. Goodbye, main.js. Bachelor 3 app.jsx. Come on. Yeah, Copilot's not really helping me this time. Well, of course. Let me go back to that. So basically, we are here, we're generating, so here's the conditional part. So the way this works, so there's a little bit of JSX and a little bit of normal JavaScript. First, we have a ternary operator. If hidden includes Claire, then we create an object with a class name of hidden. I didn't realize I had all that. If it doesn't include Claire, then we create an empty object. So this is the part where we create the object, and then we perform a spread operator on whichever object was created. Kind of like destructuring, but it's using the spread operator, which we spread it into JSX in the element, I suppose. Now, when you do this with JSX, it transforms this object into attribute or prop key values pairs. So it turns this class name here into class name equal curly, like, well, equal hidden, like so. But if you pass an empty object, then there are no props to add. I think let me see if the React docs. I'm sure they speak about it somewhere. I like it. There we go. See, spread attributes. Yeah, so this is the actual term, spread attributes. Yeah, Rasik. You can actually use it on objects or arrays. It depends what you're putting it into. So we're putting it into what looks like an object, but yeah, you're probably used to like copy of names equals hidden, for example, like making a copy of an array of strings. It's one way to do that, but if you have an object, you can also, by changing these symbols, you destructure into an object, which turns it into a, well, you can spread anything into an object and anything into an array, but usually you do want to keep them one-to-one. So if I say cost obj equals a b obj, now copy of names has, as you can see, an a property. So yeah, a lot of destructuring works on those two. It technically also works on iterables and other stuff, like you can spread a string. So if you like const cars, you want a string. If you spread that, it turns it into every character in its own thing, in its own individual string. So you can spread objects, any form, anything that's really iterable, really. Which are objects, strings, arrays, all that fun stuff. And then in here, we're using the spread operator, and JSX handles it a little magically to pass the whole props objects, which you can see is a pretty good example, honestly. They specify first name and last name, then they put it in an object and spread the object. And now the conditional syntax is kinda, I don't know if they have an example. They don't have an example, but this is where it is referenced in the docs. Of course. Yeah, it's a weird syntax, right? Because we use this in REST, we use this in spread, so it's like we use those three dots in a lot of places for sure. Yeah, because I don't know how often you'll see this optional pattern, but at least in my code, if you ever look at any of my code, you'll see a fair amount to basically optionally add a property instead of adding a property that might be none. I think that's right here. Add our closing tags to our images. Thing's angry because we didn't add enough clays. There we go. Okay. Now we have to actually remember what we're supposed to do here in Bachelor 3. So if you click the something, then it should show Nikki. Well, I'm trying to figure this out. If, again, this is on me for not having the completed code here. What are we supposed to do? Basically when you click all the contestants, if you didn't click rows, you're going to be hit it up with an error. Okay, so again, very similar code. Handle click equals event like so. Yeah, basically, Rasik, basically full-time, aside from, freelancing, which is technically part of it, so yeah, full-time. Hey, King, how's it going? Hope your day's been going well. We're over here doing some React-ification of various, well, we're gonna go for all, but time got away from me, so a number of front-end projects we've done in 100 devs to Reactify them. Hey, glad to hear it. And yeah, before you say it, we're just doing class components so we can see the difference. We generally do like our functionals much better. Now let's try to think what we want here. So when you click the right one, it should do what? Toggle the class list of Nikki. Okay, so Nikki needs to be in state. Well, thank you, Copilot. That's not what we want. So the class list should initially be initial. Well, I guess it should be hidden. Oh, no. Autocomplete. Oh, that's going to be painful. My poor Copilot. I paid for this Copilot. Nah, I got you. No autocomplete. I think. Let me goldfish memory on that real quick. 15 minutes, my word, yeah. I mean, what can I say, King? It saves time, you know? And for $10, I'd rather pay the money than pay the time. I mean, I tried the other ones, like Tab 9 and stuff. They just don't do as well, and what can I say? At least until I'm making the big bucks, and someone else can pay for me. Aside from, the moral implications of their usage. No particular platform in general, although, I mean, I personally have found success on Reddit, though not to the, scale that Leon really recommends, unfortunately. Just small jobs, but so yeah, no particular platform in general. I mean, I'm on them, I'm just not successful on them. Okay, so we're gonna add our on click down here. On click equals handle click. Oh dang it! I think I auto completed for that. We gotta type it manually. On click equals this dot handle click. There we go. Now we're gonna say if event current target class name contains rows, then what are we gonna do? We are going to, what did we do before? Toggle the hidden class of Nikki. Okay, so we can flip this by saying an inversion and returning otherwise. Upwork, yeah, I mean, it's a pretty good platform. Narrow categories, like, yeah, I mean, that's, freelancing in general. The more niche you get, the more, high you can charge and the more closed your market will be for sure. Oh, I auto completed that, didn't I? That state and KKI. This is the fun part where if Nikki triple equals hidden, set it to initial or set it back to hidden. So can't use classless toggle because we ain't got access to. I mean, we could, but that wouldn't be very reactive. So we type it manually. Now we have to actually use this down here. Yeah, I showed the conditional way. We're not going to do that. We'll just put it inside here. Well, Claire is always hidden. What's Claire even doing here? I guess Claire's not doing anything here. So this will be this dot. Well, technically hidden's a boolean too. We're using class, so okay. This dot state dot Nikki hidden. If you're hidden, use the hidden class name. Otherwise, use nothing. I got put name on these. Now we're going to change it from Nikki to Nikki hidden. This will make toggling easy, because now instead of saying, oh, flip the string around, we can say Nikki hidden equals the opposite of this dot state dot Nikki hidden, like so. So we're literally flipping a boolean now. Are they hidden initially? They are. And like that, I think this is ready. Probably got to go to the third Bachelor to see what's up. Oh, that's not how you use slashes. Hey, of course, Rastic. I appreciate you coming on by. Yeah, I'll catch you next time for sure. And yeah, I'm always down for a code or peer review. Feel free to drop it on the Discord. I will. It's Tuesday, so I'll probably be able to. I mean, I'll get you a message and you'll see it in the morning and stuff. And yeah, or if you wanted to jump on a call and go over it, that's also good. But yeah, feel free to reach out on the Discord that you already got. Yeah, appreciate you hanging out. Claire and Nikki, the buttons don't do anything. We have failed. Probably one of these 18 errors. Invalid DOM class. Did I mean class name? You're sure right I did. Claire. Current target class name contains. Because class name is not class list. That contains the. That is a DOM node thing or whatever that has the contains method. There we go. So yeah, there you click Nikki, it toggles on and off. And there's actually, now that I think about it, it's supposed to be an if else, isn't it? So if you click Nikki, then do this. Else you didn't click Nikki, what are we gonna do? We're gonna give you an alert. Let's click Claire. Boom! Hit with the alert. And boom, there's Nikki on and off. Hey, Dev Mozzie, thanks for coming on by. Do I add these to YouTube? I am beginning to. They're not all on YouTube yet. It's gonna take time for me to I want them to be better. So it's one of those, perfect being the enemy of good thing. That's why they're not there yet. But I do have some of them up there now. I'll get a link and command for all that later. Because someone else was going through it, and they were like, I was watching those VODs, and then they disappeared. So I was like, well, now I kind of got to get them up. But yeah, they'll eventually be there. I started with Bub, because that's what people seem to like rewatching. I'll get them all eventually up there with the codes and all that. Because I don't know if you know, but these videos, I do some long streams because I've just been, recording them, stashing them. You don't realize how long these streams are until you're looking at it, and it's like, oh, you're a 9 gig video. Oh, geez, you're gonna take some time. It's like, time flies when you're having fun, as they say, right? But yeah, Nikki, you click Nikki, she turns on and off, and look at that. Click Claire, hit up the alert. Yeah, for those who don't know, I haven't really been able to catch your recent ones, but Dev Mossy also, fellow 100 Dever, doing some streams. The last thing I caught you on was the NASA, no, or was it the map one? I mean, it was one of those two. It's that rapid API, yeah. Yeah, right now we're just reactifying all the things. I'm showing the class way to react something, and then I convert it to functional. Hey, don't worry about it. We all don't have the privilege of time, So it's all about priorities, and I'd much rather you get a job than do a couple of streams. It's much higher priority. I'm still under that 15 minutes from that. How long has that 15 minutes got to go there, King? Ooh, so it was 5:23. Oh man, I was about to just literally tell Copilot to convert this to functional. But I do it myself. So app class. It's up there. I have that in clipboard. Default function app. I'm gonna go on up here. Grabbing my use state hook from React. I got no autocomplete. So now we've rated it class based. We're about to rate it functionally. So first thing, like all, even like your MVC code, usually start with the view or start with the data. Don't start in the middle. We're going to return the view, in this case, the JSX. And we're going to remove all instances of this dot. It's an easy change. And then we're going to remove this dot state to just Nikki hidden. So these are the three things we need, well, the two things, Nikki hidden and handle click. Since I wrote and written handle click with the public method syntax, which looks like an arrow function, all I got to do over here is put a const in front of it and paste it, and it just works. Hey. Oh yeah, Dev Mozzie, for sure. I mean, this I've been looking forward to this one. So yeah, I'm definitely saving this one. Uh, Probably like all the streams going forward, I'll get them to YouTube before they go off of Twitch. I just started getting those other ones to Twitch yesterday, so I'm trying to do like one every 2 days because internet speed. So there won't be any period where it's poofed off. Hey Mavi, how's it going? We're over here reactifying all the things, though it's gonna be like a third of the things because hey, it's taking longer than I expected. By the way, hope your Tuesday is going well. You're excited for class, where we're gonna learn some of this more React stuff. We're currently reactifying the Bachelor code, the last little section of it. We're functionalizing our React conversion of the Bachelor code. There we go. And instead of saying this.set state, we say set Nikki hidden to the opposite of whatever it was before, which is not Nikki hidden. I believe with that, we're ready to go clicky clacky. We click Nikki. It's not. Well, there it went. Okay, it started working. Nikki appears and disappears. Poof, poof. Poof, poof. Hey, congrats. Yeah. Was it a weird URL thing or something more interesting? Click Claire. Get the lovely alert. Again, to review, our app has one piece of state, whether Nikki is hidden or not. We initialize it to true, then we create a handle click event listener, which, if the currently clicked thing contains a rows class, then we toggle the Nikki hidden boolean to the opposite of whatever it currently is. Otherwise, if you didn't click something with a rows class, you clicked Claire, you get hit up with the alert. And then for rendering, we say for the class name, if Nikki is hidden, then we use the hidden class name. Otherwise, we use an empty string. That logic is identical in our class because it is identical code. With that is Bachelor. Bachelor 3, which is all of the Bachelor code. And we're 13 minutes over our break, so we do gotta be taking our break. When we come back, though, we'll be checking out our temperature converter. Let me do a coffee so we can preview what this is. For those who are in my little stream, you will probably recognize this wholeheartedly. That's probably the exact same. Let's see, Celsius, Fahrenheit. Yeah, it looks like it's literally gonna be the same. But yeah, it's always a good practice to do so. User is :rec user ID. You had a typo. Yeah. So yeah, that was to get the current user. It's kind of like in EJS, right? It's if you ever use user anything, then you need to make sure that, as you figured out, that you pass the user to EJS in some way, either via locals or via the .render call. So yeah, it's tricky to keep track of when you have it versus when you don't. That's why following the data from the back end to the front end usually keeps a track of what you can and can't do in EJS because it's all dependent on what your back end gives you. And now I'm looking at this thing. Yeah, this ain't gonna be too bad. I was thinking about skipping it. We won't skip none of these. We'll be taking that break though. I'll catch y'all on the other side. Be sure to stretch, relax, and hydrate if you can. Feel free to slowly make your way on back, folks. Break is coming to an end. And yeah, C films, that's a perfect way to do it. I highly recommend doing that. The understandable way before you start refactoring it. I mean, that's literally what I'm doing right now, right? That's the whole point of me writing everything in classes first, so you can see, like, this is what's going on under the hood, and then we can see, with compare and contrast, here's what it looks like as a functional component. So yeah, that's definitely the way to go for sure. It takes a little bit more time initially. It's like you're front loading your time, but in the long term, you're not gonna be going back over and being like, what does this do again? I don't understand or remember. It's like, nope, you understand and remember. So when it's an investment, right? It's like any other tooling we use or any of that in general pays off the more your project lives. All right, so export. I think I got like 10 more minutes of no autocomplete. Default class app extends react dot component render. Oh wow, that's the one autocomplete does show up is the wrong thing. Extends, not extends. Render returns a React fragment surrounding our form. Wow, there's only one form. The first time we do not need a React fragment. Now, we have some logic here. Let's look at the JavaScript. In which, wow, my goodness, what have I done here? Okay, I wrote some, again, this is one of those Discord chats where everyone was like, how unreadable can we make this code? And I was like, I can do it. And then I did it, and now I can't read it. So what we want here is we want to keep track of the values of both Celsius and Fahrenheit. And the way this original code works is that if you type in the Celsius box, it'll update the Fahrenheit box. Type in the Fahrenheit box, it'll update the Celsius box. Thankfully, the way we can do this, for those who saw the Mine with VOD, you already saw this basically. We're going to try to do this, as simply as possible by setting state to a Celsius. So we're only going to store Celsius, the one of the values, and then we'll calculate Fahrenheit from Celsius at all times. Yeah, I mean, I think that's definitely a thing to be happy about there, Sue Films. Refactoring and rewriting the code for sure. I guess we're going to do, so one of them is just going to be updating Celsius. So that's the easier one. We're going to say the value of the Celsius box is this.state.celsius. Easy. But when it changes, no. What we're going to want to do is set the state Celsius value to whatever's in this input, which can be this.setState, the Celsius key with the new value of the form as a number. So urinary plus operator, event.current target.value. And the urinary plus operator will turn that to a number for free. Now our Fahrenheit, it's going to be the fun part. Its value is, well, the algorithm now. So if name is Celsius, then Fahrenheit is this math right here. So value equals Yeah, for sure, Mavi. I mean, it's a readability. Like, I'm not exactly writing it the most readable here, but it's practice, right? And it's eventually, being able to read the way you've written it, but almost more importantly, is being able to read the way other people have written their code, right? Because we do, at least I do, a lot more reading than we do writing. Because we need to understand what it is, then we need to actually make changes or write new code. But the whole point of language, right, is to communicate ideas. So as long as the idea is communicated, then it has succeeded. Yeah, I don't think your comments are that bad. There's math. Yeah, like I said, I'm not doing any readability here. There we go. That's a bit more readable. Boop. Where's all this stuff gotta go? Boom. There we go. Readability times 10. There we go. Just adding white space usually helps with most readability. Boop. There we go. Looks so much better now. Now the on change, so that's Celsius to Fahrenheit. Now this is Fahrenheit to Celsius, which is this math equation right there. So put it there, and then inside the equation box goes our new value, like so. Again, the way we're doing this, unlike the other one, the more complicated one, is we're always storing Celsius, and we are deriving Fahrenheit from Celsius. Again, I'm sure there are, like I said, other ways, but I think this is an easy way of doing it. Ooh, and we're looking at the Bachelor code. No more Bachelor code. Live server with the temperature converter. So if I type, oh, look at that. It's already 0 to 32. And look at that. As we increase, the Fahrenheit box also increases. And as we decrease Fahrenheit, the Celsius box also decreases. What is it, like 100? 32.4.14. I actually don't know the exact reason. I mean, I don't think this math is completely accurate, but it's close enough. But yeah, there is the synchronization of these two values. And we probably could do some form of derived state, right? Like cos height is whatever this is, that number there, and we'll write a cool helper function that just exists outside of the component. Function Fahrenheit to Celsius, like so, to make this all a lot more readable. And whatever that value is, which is the event current target value. There we go. Nope, that's not how you do it. There you go. So again, for more readability, you break these into their own variables, break these into your own functions. And yeah, that is that. And I am free. I can go back to using Copilot. Yay. There we go. Copilot is active. Now we're gonna, again, the goal here isn't to write a functional component every time. It's just to show you the difference between them. So convert above app class to a function component. Function app. Come on, Copilot. We believe in you. There you go, Copilot. We'd like to test this, so let us drop that out. app class and put the export default right there. Let's read it to make sure it's right. So first we use a state variable of 0 for Celsius, as we do. We calculate Fahrenheit from Celsius, as we do above. Then our view is mostly the same. Instead of this.Celsius, it's Celsius. Instead of this.setState with an object for property of Celsius, it is set Celsius. I think that'll work. Or it won't. Nope, it'll work. And there it goes. AC films for your calculate. Got it all right, all wrong, all empty. If only the first problem is right with all of the problems. Oh, interesting. Yeah, it already sounds like a complicated lot of conditionals there. Ooh, shorten that code. Okay, we can shorten this code. Okay, let's try to think about this now. So, there's not much code here to shorten. First part we can shorten with a destruction of use state, or what y'all refer to as an import. That's what it would be. Yeah, I mean, this don't get any shorter. Fahrenheit don't get much shorter. We can make this into a cute little component function. Now we're going to go class functional component because we write down enough classes. Big yikes. Temperature input. Our value is we're going to have a. Okay, thank you, Copilot. It's not too wrong what we want. So we want. Yeah, now for on change, we're kind of going to want, and for value too, we want the existing one. So what we're going to do is we're going to receive all the other props and spread it into the input. Basically as a pass-through or a middle person. So now what we can do is we can say temperature input, self-closing, we don't care about that. We do want the word Celsius in here. So I'm going to make this one take children. Now we're going for shortest. So name equals Celsius. Then these two get chucked right on there. So this is getting shorter. Again, there's not a lot of code here to work with C-film, so we're not going to get drastic changes, but changes nonetheless. Fahrenheit, and then these two values come around like so. Again, I mean, it's even just more readable too, so loving that. Apparently I dropped some curly somewhere. There's a curly I'm missing. There we go. I don't know if that should ever really be a real concern there, C-films. Profiling is the first tip, so you don't blindly go to make things faster. You need to measure first, and then if you can, measure different parts of the app, see which parts are slowest, and improve the performance of those pieces. Otherwise, just measure in general, make a change, see if that change made your code faster. Generally, though, you want to do, like, aside from the data structures and algorithms approach, like, perform as many constant time operations as you can, reduce the amount of conversions between different things as possible. I mean, it depends on, like, what the code's actually doing, like, what's the most slowest thing on it, to be honest, but those are the two main things. Measure, and then reduce complexity with, like, O of N topics. Yeah, I think this is definitely shorter. We can short it even further since we're literally not using this form. And I mean, this set Celsius can't really go any smaller. I could write a to and a from, which will basically take the value, convert it when displaying, and then a from to convert it back. past the set Celsius for both of them, but that's not really going to get any shorter. So this is about as short as we can get it, folks. This ain't the exact functional equivalent anymore, but it's a nice way of doing it. And it do be working. Look at that. Okay. Now, next one. Well, yeah, we're down to the next one. We got through that one actually pretty quick. Surprise, surprise. What is the next one on my list? Making a list, checking it twice. Stop snacking. Okay, I have to goldfish memory. Where is stop snacking from? 16. Okay, let's get a copy of 16 materials. I literally don't remember what we are doing here. Stop snacking. Let's see what this code is. Let's close the Bachelor. They're done. How many snacks do you have? Click for help. Stops. Because for what this code is. Ah, I didn't have this completed. Create a function that grabs the number of snacks you input and tells you to stop that many times. Ooh, this is going to be fun. This is going to be using a loop to iterate something that many times. Yeah, it's a good one. Okay, let's grab our gist. Let's reopen that code. Stop snacking. Delete our button. Yoink all this HTML. And create our app.jsx. Export default class app. Classic. Copilot ain't gonna help me. A lovely render method where we return all this stuff. Since there are multiple children, we're gonna wrap it in a React fragment. We do some auto formatting, and then JSX is like, you need to have a closing tag on your input. So we add our /. And you also need to have a closing tag on your image, though JSX does not tell us that. So we have to figure it out ourselves. And yeah, that is now viewable if we launch our live server over here. There we go. Wow, I forgot about this funny image here. Yeah, it's a good one. Yeah, we're looking at it. Looks lovely. So we're going to enter this button, and then you click this, and it will tell you to stop snacking that many times. So, again, going from the view to the data. Again, you can start wherever you want. Start the data or start the user. On click, what do we want to do here? We want to update stop count. I don't know what this is. I don't really know what this is. It's a good name. Think of good names. Yeah, Mavi. I mean, I thought I was obviously a little, I was a bit, what's the word? Ambitious, thinking I would get through all of them. I don't even think I'm going to get through half of them, to be honest, but that's what part twos are for, right? But yeah, we've gotten through class, like basically all the front end projects we've done that haven't been static. It's like, obviously I'm not doing the static ones because that's just writing JSX at that point. But yeah, class weekend boring, parent sim, background, the triple bachelor, and temperature. So I imagine we'll maybe get to dog photos because I got like only 30 left. So I don't know. Depends how much, right? Although I'm a little surprised. I've been looking for the thinking of thoughts. Sorry, I think thoughts. Oh wait, the message is in there today. I literally didn't read it. I kept looking like, where's the message? It was right there the whole time. Oh, looks like we're also going to be doing some work tonight. in the Remo. Interesting. I'm looking forward to that. Cool, cool. Oh, look, Hacktober's latest thing. Nice. Yeah, looks like we get one, maybe two more done. So this uses a button. I'm gonna take some creative liberties. Okay, I won't take creative liberties until later. So we'll stick to the original thing, then we'll get creative with it. So good old update stop count. And then we will set it to whatever our input contains. Honestly, I didn't read it that much, C films, but I mean, we can look at it and basically see we are reacting together and then submitting our work for Hunttober. So I imagine there's going to be some code, and we're all going to write React together. I assume that's what's in the Remo. I'm actually I guess I'm a little ahead of the curve here. We're already reacting all the things. Yeah, some form of React. We'll find out in class, though, C films, as we always do. Come on. Go indent. There we go. I mean, yeah, I'm sure for those who technologically can't, there'll always be some Discord funds. Sorry, goldfish memory. Um, yeah, so we have our input. Sorry, I got lost there. Yeah, probably passes some props. Yeah. Passing our props, calling to argue. So our value here is this dot state snack count. And then our onChange updating snack count to this lovely thing. Now we can say state equals snack count of 0. There are 0 initial snacks. Then update stop count. We'll say stop count equals 0. Then we will say, there we go, stop count, it's incremented by 1, but that's not what we want. We want stop count to equal how many snacks you have at the current time. This state snack count. And then we're just going to render the number of this state stop count, just a number. We ain't going anywhere yet. But you see we have a 0, and as we change it to 5, this button don't do anything. This is undefined. I think I made the classic mistake. I defined this as a non-public method, so when I passed it to the onClick, it got its this changed. So if I do a assignment with an arrow function, that won't happen. Nice. Now what we're supposed to do is not show a number, but show the message. What are we supposed to show? It tells you to stop that many times. So we're going to need to loop this many times, creating the word stop each time. So this is not too common. Usually we loop over data in React, like when mapping, but sometimes we do it like this. Hold on, let me... Sorry, got distracted there. Yeah, so in order to loop over something a number of times, we need to create an array over it, and then map over that array. So if we create an array of things, and those things being the numbers from 0 to stop count, we can do this by saying array.from, length being however many elements we want, which is this dot date dot stop count. And then for each of those, I guess there are two different ways to do it. We'll do the easily readable way. We'll then say dot map. So for each of these, we will create the word stop. And we'll make it a div, because we're cool like that. And as you know, when mapping, we will need to assign a key to each of these divs, so React knows which is which when it goes to update them. But we won't. We won't yet. If you change it to 5 and you click, there's our warning. Each child should have a unique key property. Since we don't really have any unique data, we're just going to set a key of I using the index, which means this won't be sortable, but we're not sorting this in the first place. And there we go. Now for the functional version of this, won't look too different. And then we will go through it. To a function component. Thank you, Copilot. Can you do this for me? Yes, you can. Oh, it could, and then it stopped. Well, it really tried. Oh, I think I broke it by doing that. Okay, I guess it can't do it, sadly. To a React functional component. Nope. Oh. That's not wrong, but that's also not right. Okay, so we're doing it manually. No cheating for me. Function app. So again, let's yoink all of our view over. And let's yoink all of our state over. And our little function. Const. Hey, thank you, Copilot. So we move to a state to hooks. Then this can remain as a function there. We'll just use the correct. Okay, we're not going to use any correct thing. We'll update set stop count to snack count. Finally, we will stop all of our this state accesses. And our this.set state will become this.set. Nope, not this. It will be set snack count. We're not setting it to an object. We're setting it to the actual value. And I think, oh, we have this here. Now I think this is ready to go. Sadless, sad. Use state is not defined. Ah, well, I have not imported it correctly. So instead of that, I'm just going to use it off of the React global, which I do have imported. There we go. We click it to 5, click it to 1, 2, -5. Oh, man. Yeah, this code didn't handle bad inputs in the first place, so input numbers or else. And yeah, that is our functional variation. So we create two pieces of state, the number of snacks and the number of stops, setting both to 0. And then as the we make the input controlled, so as the value is setting to snack count, and when it changes, we update the snack count to whatever is in the form. For our help H2, we have a click event listener to update stop count, which sets stop count to snack count. Finally, for our stops, start the latest and greatest thing. We create an array that is stop count long by saying array from length of this. Could have also done new array, passing in the constructor argument this, and then making sure to fill with some things to make sure it's not a sparse array. also results in the equivalent array of numbers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then for each of those, we create a div with a key of the index. So this means it's not going to be sortable since we use the index, but it doesn't matter for us. And yeah, with that, I think we are ready to go on to the last one. Or maybe the last one or two before we're going to rate old Leon. 900. Yeah, basically 960. So we have about 15 minutes left. Hey, congrats, films. If only one of the first 6 problems correct, you get the right. Yeah, I mean, that's definitely a balancing of state there. Good job figuring it out. Okay, so to the to-do list. We did stop snacking, and now it's time for the photos, which I believe was in class. Which class was it in? I have them listed elsewhere. Object dog photos, 20. 20. And here we go. Dog photos. So looking at this code, we got nothing in here. But looking at the JavaScript, get a dog. Well, I didn't have this completed, I guess. Or I didn't make it to the folder. Yeah, so the goal of this is to grab a photo from dog.co API and put it in the DOM. So this is going to be our first messing around with fetch in React. Let's bring this in here, drop in our lovely Apple standalone, create our app.jsx, and make our functional component. Class app extends React.component. Oh wow, was it about to write the whole thing for us? What are you writing? You're writing the old code. We don't want the old code. We want a render method that will return. It's going to be very amazing. A image. A single image. That's what we're going to get. React just destroyed my image. Now, the thing that's going to change here is the image source. That is going to be from state. Which means we need to define state as having an image source of, unfortunately, we don't have a local dog. We're getting a remote dog. So this is the part where we need to figure out how to call the dog.co API. So, gonna go look at the docs. Docs are always good. It's been a hot minute since we did this. Okay, there's our URL. Make a fetch request and receive a message with a URL. Now, when do we want to do this? According to the instructions, it's basically on load. So in class land, that will be a component did mount. This is when the component first mounts. You can do some stuff here. That includes setting state. In our case, it's going to include fetching from the dog.co API, then getting the response and JSONifying it, then Copilot writes everything else, in which we set the image source to data.mat. I guess so many people use the dog.co API that it's obvious what's going on here. Let's make this a little more readable. There we go. So on when the component mounts, we ask the API for a random image. It gives us a response. We get the JSON of that response. Then we update our image source to data.message, which according to this is the URL. Let's see if that looks good. It would help if I opened it up in live server. It's not working. That's okay. Nope, it's working. I was impatient. So there's our lovely dog. If we hit up a refresh, yeah, Ty, whoop whoop, woof woof, right? There, it is working. Now we can do some extra of this. Like you see that giant blank boring screen that we were waiting for. We can add a little polish to this. So we can say, if not, return the word loading. Wouldn't that be nice? If the dog ain't here, we can tell them it's loading. Hey, thanks for the follow there, Papasta and Command Nino. Oh, that's a big doggo picture. And you too, Ty. I hope your Tuesday's going well. Excited for class in 11 minutes. Now, this is great. This is amazing. I'd like a button here, though, because refreshing the page is not an amazing user experience. Hate to break it to you. So we're going to add a cute little button, and then we'll convert this to functional. Button on click calls this component did mount. Well, that's not a wrong way of doing it. That does work, Copilot, I think. Not what you generally want to do. Ah, see films. Okay. I mean, it'd be we could take a short break. See films. I do want to be streaming. I mean, we still got like 10 minutes left, but we'll take a short break after we convert this to functional. But you see, when we click this button, the doggo becomes new. We can go even further. We can set the state of the dog to an empty URL when the button's initially clicked. Like so. Hey, congrats, Ty. Yeah, that's always great. There you go, you click it, it swaps out a new doggo picture. Now we can take a short break now, actually. Then we'll come back and stream until radio. Again, a little shorter break. Just stretch, hydrate, relax if you can, folks. We'll catch you on the other side. Welcome back from that break, folks. A little shorter one since we're so close to the end of the stream, which is in not 5 minutes. 6. It's a little more than 6. Yeah, 6.5 minutes, I think. And yeah, let's go as far as we can. First, we're going to convert this to a functional component. See if React can do this. Oh, thank you. I don't want to write that. Language path. Okay, you're writing lots of weird stuff, Copilot. Ooh, this is beautiful. It didn't get all the way there. Oh, I did do something, though. Let's check out what it wrote us. So we have our image source as a state variable. Good. We're then calling a use effect on mount. And then if there isn't an image source, we say loading. If there is an image source, then we show the image, and we show a button that clears the image. So this is pretty good. Additionally, though, we want to... So this is a unique way of doing it. It's calling a use effect to our logic. We'll go ahead and do it this way just to show how it works. So if image source return. So the way this works is that whenever use effect runs, if there's already an image set, then we're going to do nothing. If there isn't one, then we will go fetch an image and set it accordingly. Now this is going to work because initially there's going to be no image. This will run. And then this will also work when you click the button. So when you click the button, you're clearing the image, which will then cause this to rerun. It's a way to do it. I will be doing it nope, that's broken. Identifier has already been declared. I did not name it app class. There we go. Loading. New dog. There it is. Now I click the button. It's going to work as we expect. I wouldn't, like, this isn't a bad way to do this. It's not the most readable way. A more readable way would be, say, const fetch new dog, make a little function that does this for us. And then what we do here, so we made a cool function. Inside of our use effect, we call our function accordingly. Then we remove image source as a dependency. So use effect just calls fetch new doc, which makes the responsibility of this lesser. You want to remove as much responsibility from single pieces of code as possible. You don't want this one block doing everything in the circus. You want to separate it out. So now this is just for the initial load. And then this on click is just fetching a new dog. So now use effect just does one thing and one thing only. Fetch the dog on load. Obviously, it's a little more code we've written, so the code warrior might not like it, but I think it's better for readability. It does match. I mean, we kind of abused use effect here, or our own thing here, but we would also fetch new dog. Ooh, it's going to write an async. Yeah, let's go ahead and show what an async looks like. Oh, we're also initially setting it to none, so... Yeah, I mean, if you want to see async, that's what this would look like too. Let's fetch new dog. Yeah, look at that. We get an async example. Basically the same thing, but asynchronously, which for most is an easier way to read. I just did it functions with promises because it's probably what most of us... That's what you'll see in a little older code. We are 2 minutes out, folks. And what we'll do... Yeah, I mean, yeah, we'll go ahead and continue on because there's like a minute of silence before the yas. But we'll jump on to the top of the cocktail API. I think that one's a little more interesting. And then, yeah, we'll part 2 this either tomorrow or Saturday stream. Sometime there'll be a part 2, obviously, to do the rest of this. Yeah, user enter cocktail, get a name, photo, instructions, and place them in the DOM. Okay, I don't think we're doing this in a minute and a half, but... What I can do, I can put all this up on... Actually, I don't think I could put it on GitHub. It's not really mind to put. But yeah, I mean, we got through 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9 of them. It's a pretty fair amount from class weekend boring. Classic way, we kept the day, and whenever it changed, we set it our day type, which is the text displayed here, to our angry parent simulator, which we did a little bit of tracking the state of all our inputs, so we made them all controlled components. Then we updated a yellow text, which is displayed, and then called one of the native web APIs. Didn't have to do any special React magic for that. Hey, nice, getting nice. See films, yeah, definitely the move to be. We then did the background picker, which is a bit more complicated because we had 3 states to track, and whenever one of those changed, we needed to set and clear an interval that updated another piece of state, so that this is relatively the more complicated one we have. That's a fair number of comments there, or commits there. See films, nice. And then, yeah, lots of, again, the views, as you can tell, are mostly static. We didn't do any crazy view stuff. Yeah, Jeezy Adrian, probably in a good, oh, I guess 20 seconds ago is when it would have went, but it's coming real soon. Any moment now. It did say they were streaming, so 6:30 p.m. Yeah, that is the time. So yeah, it's just gonna take a little moment. Maybe they didn't get locked out by the dogs this time. Yeah, we got background picker. Then we did all of our Bachelor code, which was 3 of them. I didn't realize it was all 3 of them. Oh, it hasn't went live for me yet, Mavi. It's a little slow on the board. In which we took the display values of all 3 of the pictures, and when the click was done, we set 2 of them to nunzos. And for the Bachelor Part 2, again, I didn't realize this was a Part 3 thing. We did the exact same logic, but instead on each click, we set the hidden ones to the other ones, and the visible one to the clicked one. In hindsight, should have written this better, so it would have been visible, then if you're not visible, then go away. You know, that's how I'm gonna actually do that one. So that will be a better way to manage the state. Why not? Oh, close some of these tabs. There we go. So back to Bachelor Part 2. We did a hidden. We'll change it to visible. And visible will be only one of the pictures. And it's initially going to be none. So then once you click one of them, it will set that one to be visible. Like so. And then for all this magic hoopla here, we're basically going to say if nothing hidden includes, if visible not equal. So if you're not the visible one, then you are hidden. Otherwise, you are the visible one. You are not hidden. Hey, and the stream has started, folks. Well, it looks like I broke it a little bit. Ah, yes, that is an extension. I will show you. That is, gutter images or something. What do I call it? Image preview. Here you go. Yeah, so the Man of Milk, that extension is called Image Preview. It finds image URLs and shoves them in the gutter. A pretty neat little thing. Of course, yeah, happy to share. All kinds of cool extensions exist. Thanks for coming on by, the way. Before the stream begins. Oh yeah, and my ability to type words has failed me. fix all three of those. Ciao. There we go. So we have made this code a bit more cleaner by reducing how much state we track. Hey, it's all good, speakeasy, and yeah, DevMozzie, we basically got it, yeah. I mean, it's all a marathon, right? It's okay, speakeasy. Life happens, you know. Yeah, there it did. Let's go ahead and give it a. Let me go ahead and start the raid. We'll all head over to learn with Leon to do even more React because it wasn't enough. Hey, gotta have more React. And yeah, I'll have this stream up as a VOD or up on YouTube eventually. Same with part 2, which if I'm lucky will be tomorrow. If I'm unlucky, it'll be Saturday, in which we'll do the same thing for well, the rest of the list. So yeah, again, appreciate you all coming by. Gonna go ahead and do the. Oh, I'll also do that thing. That's a new command apparently. I don't know what that does, but it's a better shout out. Yeah, of course. I mean, that was the entire goal of it, DevMozzie. Like instead of practicing on these fancy, super complicated things, practice on the things that we are familiar with, and then build up to converting our MVPs to React for those who are undertaking that crazy task. So yeah, folks, again, thanks for coming on by. Catch you next time. So yeah, it'll either be see you tomorrow before mine stream or see you Saturday as usual. Bye.